A long seasons of work all comes down to one round. 5 rounds of action have led us down to this path for today's race, the 4 hours at Interlagos for the ClubSport Series, powered by DGFX Racing season finale here in beautiful São Paulo, Brazil. I'm Justin Prince. Alongside of the booth today is Noah Rampo and David Haynes for what should be some exciting action here on RacespotTV and the iRacing Esports Network. Guiz is in the director's seat for what should be a very hot and intense championship battle. How hot is it specifically? Just take a look at the temperature gauges for the track. 134 degrees Fahrenheit, 57 degrees centigrade, and partly cloudy skies. Very hot conditions for these drivers today, Nolan, to have to deal with.
Oh, absolutely, Justin. 134 degrees Fahrenheit on the tracks, but it is definitely not the coldest track here today in Brazil, and it's going to definitely be heating up on the track. Of course, championship points are going to be a very crucial factor. Your sport class separated by just 9 points going into today's race, and right now, Team Hella Media, they're looking pretty set to try to steal this victory away from Hell Racers today.
You see all the championship battles coming into today. One position could be the difference for the sport class today. TCR's Alpine Star Geodesic Racing looks to secure the title over SimRC and CXR Project Black with a good finish today. The club class, Huge has in a great position as long as they get a good finish today over Movado Sim Racing Team and the World of Sim Racing today in the respective championship standings. It's been an eventful championship season, mind you, throughout this campaign here, David, and the pressure is on for a lot of these drivers because, as we talked about prior to coming on air today, the unique part of the 4-hour events, 50% points at the halfway mark of this event.
Yeah, exactly. You need to be thinking about the end of the race. You always do, but you also need to be thinking about that 2-hour mark because points are paid then as well. And if you're in a really, really close championship battle, you might need both. Both might count. You need to be ahead at the halfway point and at the finish of this race, potentially.
Indeed, and one of the main things that made things close for the TCR class, by the way, here, Nolan, that the last race, Geodesic went 52 seconds over the drive time limit on the way to their finish in that TCR class victory. That made things interesting for today for that championship picture and didn't secure what could have been a championship already locked up if it wasn't for that.
Well, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, they exited the race thinking that they had won the championship, but like you said, just 52 seconds over the limit. They tried to push one of those stints for 1 lap longer than they should have, and it costed them big time. Right now, though, the way things sit, with almost a 75-point gap over SimRC, they're looking set to take that championship, well, again here today. They really just need to make sure that they don't, crash out in the early stages or finish realistically lower than about 10th or so, and they'll be all set.
And a lot of the AM-class drivers are also going to be fighting today in some of the various different classes across the field today. It's going to be interesting to see who can come out on top of these championship battles today. These drivers have been qualified for the best track position they can possibly get for today's 4-hour season finale. Here's the point structure to remind you for today and the importance of it. As noted at the bottom and as noted before, all 4-hour races feature 50% race points awarded at that mark. After 2 hours of elapsed, in the case of half points, those will be then rounded up, for example. So first place gets 100 points all the way down to 25th place, which gets 1 point in the respective classes. That's going to be crucial today. Keep an eye on that point structure. There will be live points being tracked by these competitors today as well to make sure that these teams know the exact championship scenarios they're about to get into for today. But just moments before the end of qualifying, just one car is on track still in the final 2 minutes of the session for the club class in the qualifying. David, your expectations for this race today?
Well, obviously, this is a very historic track, a home to a lot of great racing. Also a place where a lot of championships have been decided in the past as well. So what a great place to wrap up this Club Sport Championship. But, you know, it's fast down the pit straight. It's fast from turns 3 to turn 4. But the middle sector of the race, the final sector of the race, very twisty, a lot of elevation change. Those are tough places to make a pass. They're tough places to race. This isn't an easy circuit to drive.
Absolutely, we've seen that a lot in practice in preparation for today, knowing many drivers going off track or losing control in their various cars, whether it's the sport class with the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup machine, the TCRs in the Audi RS3 LMS TCR, or the global Mazda MX-5 Cup cars in the club class today. The difference between those cars, about 8 to 10 seconds from top class to middle class, then middle class to bottom class.
Absolutely. There's been a lot of drivers that, have been struggling, especially with the very hot temperatures. And, one thing as well that's worth mentioning is that it's going to be interesting, especially on the tire life, particularly in the TCR class, as we've seen in practice some drivers mentioning that they had sometimes as low as 6% left on their right front tires at the end of a full fuel run. So tire life, it might play more of a factor into anything here, maybe even more so than the fuel run, if some drivers might not know how to manage tires properly.
It's going to be intriguing to see how these drivers handle the hot track conditions and a hot championship battle, especially in the sport class today. But it's time to find out how these drivers will line up for today's season finale. Drivers now rolling onto the starting grid for today, starting with the sport class. It's Team Heli Media needing a strong run today, who will start from the pole alongside Gold Racing Team White. Hell Racers, the points leaders in the class heading into today, start third, just about a 10th off the pole, followed by Gold Racing Team Red, who comes into today third overall. Marakai Racing, Huge Ass Porsche round out the top 6. Fisher Motorsports, SlowRacing.com Esports, second entry in 8th. Nav Racing, Northside Racing round out the top 10. Fisher Motorsport, Rev Match Esports, Project GTNs.de, and Team Heli Media's number 60 car round out the 14 entries today in the sport class. No one now has what should be an exciting TCR class grid.
Well, absolutely. You got Team Hoichenfeld starting on the pole with current points leader Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in second place. CXR Project Black in third, with German Sim Racing Cyan in fourth. SROC Racing down in fifth, with Team Vikings Billionaire in sixth place. IVRA ClubSport, your runner-up in the TCR point standings, in seventh, with German Sim Racing Orange in eighth. Real Pixel Motorsport in ninth. VEC Sim Racing down in 10th. Graphite Racing in 11th place, with Element Sim Racing down in 12th place. Full Send Racing will take up 13th, with Racecraft Esports Push in 14th. Artifact Racing and CXR Project Black, the other CXR Project Black machine, down in 15th and 16th. Falk Autotech Sim Racing in 17th, with VEC Sim Racing 18th. Hujas Audi in 19th. Full Send Racing down in 20th place. The other Full Send Racing machine in 21st, with Graphite Racing 22nd. Rounding off the 23 car field is the Real Pixel Motorsport machine, and I believe David is going to have your Miata class.
On pole position there, it's Movano Sim Racing 298. But I believe it's their teammates in the 289 who are in position to potentially grab this championship. They are going to start just 1/10 behind in second place in that class. Sippy Racing there in third. World Sim Racing team in fourth. Fifth place, Kalioth Racing. And then in sixth is going to be Tri Racing. The final row of the grid in the club class going to be CXR Project Black in seventh. In eighth place, Justin Hall had an incident leaving the pit lane at the start of qualifying. Really hampered his efforts. He's going to start from the back row of the grid in that class.
Tough break for the class points leaders entering today. They were also the AM class leaders for the club class. Once again, these drivers all set to tackle what should be an exciting race today. 15 turns on the circuit that opened in 1940. Grand total distance of 2.68 miles. That in turn is about 4.3 kilometers for these competitors today. It should be an interesting one on this very hot racetrack as the last of the cars roll. Remember, the starting zone for today's green flag will be at the very start of the pit wall, where the tires will be on the inside line for these competitors. The restart zone will go all the way towards the end of the start boxes at the start and finish line. Drivers just about all set to go. Team Howie Media in control of the field on the left side. Taj Edwards in behind the wheel of Gold Racing Team White for this green flag. Safety car making its way towards the pit lane for the final round of the Club Sport season. Who will take home the championships? Who will take home the podiums? We're about to find out as they approach the starting zone. Green flags up. We're underway from Interlagos. And a great start. And already 3 wide action on.
Yes, absolutely. 3 wide, looking for 4 wide as it went down to turn number 1, but they did keep themselves all safe and sorted. TCRs now getting underway. They're already 3 wide before they've even crossed the start-finish line in the run down to turn number 1. Who will be the one to win out here? A couple cars trying to make brave moves up the inside into that first corner, but for now, things are looking clean in your TCR class as well.
And a little bit of a curiosity, though, for the club class, because some of them have not filed double file quite yet as the TCRs move their way across the track. The MX-5s, 2 of them have lined up single file here, David. This is intriguing for the Movado Sim Racing cars who are about to take the green.
Yeah, bizarre action there right for the start of this class. Cold tires for everyone, so we'll see how these guys go into turn 1, but obviously the pole sitter there on the outside, and the car that was probably meant to be lined up alongside them on the inside sort of sitting beside them there as well, so don't know if that's going to be investigated, but that class is underway into turn 1. Going to head through turn 2 and towards Curva de Sol. Cold tires on all of our cars at the start of this race. Drivers need to be careful.
Only one major incident throughout this race so far, and involved the TCR class because CXR Project Black's 199, significant damage after contact with Racecraft Esports Push, as well as Hugh Jass's entry for that class. They've got some damage, especially the CXR car, but in the lead for the sport class, Gold Racing Team White trying to chase after Team Howie Media, who already has pulled away by a decent margin, 1.5 seconds on the first of 150 estimated laps.
Absolutely, and this is not looking good for Jonas Bowden in the Hell Racers machine. Remember, only 9 points separated them, so at this point, Hell Racers, they have got to win this race. If Team Alameda wins this race and Jonas Bowden or the Hell Racers car finishes in second, that's it. It's game over and Alameda wins this championship. That is how crucial it can be right now. So everything is looking very tense as it is, but side by side in the DCR class, the SRC Racing Orange machine trying to push around the outside as they're once again down this very long straight, almost bump draft into the TCR to the German Sim Racing side of the Sim RC ClubSport machine.
And this is one of the best passing opportunities around this racetrack today. The run to the Rio Apasta all the way up to Desida de Lago. And this time, the battling holds up. The drivers outside the top 3 positions in the class at the moment, still trying to set it up the inside. Lucas Dolter and Sim RC He's Club Sport car able to make the pass on German Sim Racing Cyan as they're forced along the rumble strips, and contact behind. German Sim Racing Orange shunted off the racing line by Team Vikings.
Yeah, 2 of the German Sim Racing cars trying to work together there, but the trailing one of them did cop quite the hit from behind there. Got open some of the throttle, caught the slide, but they are definitely under pressure. Huge pack of cars in the TCR class. Going to take a lot to separate them. The margins are always so fine with these touring cars.
Should note there are 3 different drivers who have investigations underway for the way they took the start of the green flag for today's race. A majority of them are involving some of the TCR class drivers. For the sport class drivers, though, remember how long the start was to get rolling for the pace car for these Miatas? That has allowed the sport class to already just about reel in the back of the group.
So the sport class already starting to lap around the Miata class. It didn't even take them 3 laps for this one to get around them. And right now, Gold Racing Team White and Taj Edwards, he's going to have to try to fend off Jonas Bowden as much as he can. They have encountered some lap traffic, of course, which is definitely not going to be good for that battle for second place overall. Your race leader is still trying to go around the outside line. There is a graphic showing all of your class leaders currently on the screen, and my goodness me, just look at all. It just shows you how fast the Porsches can catch the Miatas. And holy cow, big slide behind them as one of the Miatas went around. He's collected the Gold Race Team White machine and a couple other Porsches involved as well.
That is the side-ski racing machine that ended up getting tagged by the second place runner. Gold Racing Team White ends up collecting a couple others. Your class points leader for the sport class was able to get through, but my goodness, that collected a couple Mazdas as well as third on back for the GT3s.
We saw the graphic at the start of the event. 150 horsepower for the Mazdas, 480 horsepower for the Porsches. You've got that long run up the hill from the final corner. Of course, the Porsches are going to catch the Mazdas pretty quickly, but it's happened sooner than we thought. And look at that contact between them already. Couple cars going off the circuit.
Not
big damage for a few.
Yeah, not the start any of them wanted, including one of your fellow huge-ass cars that ends up getting some damage in the GT3 entry you see in the front nose. But now that's really spread up the class. On the bright side, the leaders have gotten through the Mazdas. The dark side, Rev Match Esports is off the circuit. They were 10th.
Absolutely, and they actually got shunted from behind. The car that hit them was Project GT Eins.de. Lucas Lepere locking up the brakes. They went down to the corner. There was a lot of lockup going on, and Steve Clays just got caught out and just got sent off into the wall head on. So big damage on that number 13 machine, not the start to their race that they wanted to have.
Well, David, there was the potential of this being crazy at the start. A good race, but a crazy race. We've gotten to the crazy so far. If you're any of the drivers or team managers, what are you telling your fellow competitors, or fellow teammates rather, with how crazy this beginning of the race has gone?
It's a 4-hour race. We've got fuel limitations in almost all of our classes. We're going to see lots of pit stops. I'd be telling my friends, I'd be telling my teammates, you know, sure, if you feel like you can grab some spots, do it. If you feel like you're a lot quicker than someone, make the move. But otherwise, you know, we've still got strategy games to play. We need to get to the halfway point cleanly. We need to get to the end of the race cleanly. Don't wipe away our race right here. And it's almost a bit more contact between the TCR cars, Justin.
Yeah, you already seen at the start of the action in this grouping, German Sim Racing Orange and Full Send Racing door each other. German Sim Racing Orange losing a bit of ground now to that 185 machine. It's been very intense. By the way, this is only the end of 4 completed laps this time by in the fight for the back half of a very large TCR class. All that fighting, by the way, has allowed 3 different groupings. This group, for about 7th on back, the top 3, who is already off into Senna S, along with the rest of the top 6, which is featured here with IVRA ClubSport, trying to lead the group with Sork Racing and German Sim Racing Cyan in that drafting pack.
So Lucas Dultzer able to get a good jump over there on Frederik van Ikhoven in that Sork Racing Orange machine. Can they make anything with the draft? Coming down though into turn number 4, the answer is going to be no, not quite close enough to make the move back. So Dultzer is going to be able to hang on to that for now, but just so close together off of the corner, almost running completely nose to tail. And already Dultzer might have to focus on the defensive here, right on the back end, but still, that's Sork Racing Orange not looking to make the move yet.
Just trying to show a little patience because, again, they've fallen back behind a little bit. Gold Racing Team White, meanwhile, has just lost a couple positions on the run up to turn 1. That is Marikai Racing, who was able to move their way up to 3rd position. Able to pass by one of the Gold Racing Team machines. It's the red entry, pardon me, there. That has fallen to 5th position, but does have the slipstream. Trying to go for the dive back. Yes, indeed, takes the spot as the white car is right behind him.
Birds of a feather flock together is what they say, in the 2 Gold Racing Team cars in this class on track together, but they are sandwiching Meraki Racing right now. Good move by Andrew Raykopf right there. We've already seen some lockups into that corner. Obviously, no ABS in these cars. Long braking distances for the Porsche Cup cars, but a job very well done on the middle pedal for Andrew Raykopf there.
Yeah, Raykopf looking pretty confident so far. They have had some great finishes throughout this campaign in the GT3s this season in Club Sport action. But things starting to calm down with this group is the bright side here. No one as should note some of the drivers are reaching traffic again for the TCRs with the Mazdas.
So already, different class starting to lap each other. Now it's going to be the TCR's turn to have to try to duck around the Mazda field. So how will this one play out? This is usually where the fireworks really start to fly, but looking all clean for now. So Marcus Schletter with the Team Honchenfeld still leading that class with Blake Neck and the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Machine right behind them. Of course, Neck, even in second place, they would still be able to take that TCR championship right now. So at this point, I think they're just trying to play it nice and safe because they realize if they can finish, realistically in the top 10, they're going to be pretty much safe on this championship. They do have Aaron Taylor, the CXR Project Black car behind them, who is trying to make a look around them for third, though.
Yeah, that Project Black machine showing some decent pace so far in the class. In terms of the speeds and comparison's sake, right now in the 143 7ths and 9ths. Here's the thing though, Lucas Dolzer and the rest of the group behind him have been running in some cases in the 143.5, so they're slowly closing in as they work their way around one more Mazda and try and run down the straightaway. It looks like Team Honchenfeld able to pull away a little bit. CXR Project Black, will they be able to get close enough to try and make a reach quite yet on the short run? No. They elect to stay at the back end of the pack here. And David, we talked about this a bit where fuel calculations are a bit different from past rounds. About 19 percentage points lower is the fuel limit today for the TCR class today compared to previous rounds this season.
Yeah, exactly. A big update to this Audi TCR RS3 LMS since the last round of this championship at Phillip Island, where I drove one of these cars to not a lot of success, if we're honest with ourselves here. But yeah, the fuel consumption has come down a lot, and reacting to that, series organisers have reduced the fuel limit in this class from, like you said, up around the 70%-ish down to 51%. So the stint length is going to stay about the same, but the refueling times are going to be reduced, I would say.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how this plays out today. There has been an accident, though, because German Sim Racing Orange just got turned by Graphite Racing. John Ford was to his right side in a line where you want to usually stay single file, and Timo Reppen just got turned hard to the right.
Oh yeah, that's just bumper contact, and oh my goodness, huge hit into that entire wall. My goodness, I think he actually came back on and wiped out another car. I think that was Element Sim Racing that he wiped out as well, and look at that slide to the grass, came back on. Luckily didn't collect anybody else, so a couple drivers still having some unfortunate luck, but that was a tremendous impact.
Yeah, that is the ADAC sponsored team that went for a massive corner cut. Very lucky scenario here. This is how that happened, by the way, right about here where you see Graphite Racing just collected the right rear end, but my race car off into the grass it goes.
Yeah, front wheel drive, front engine. These cars are very, very light at the rear end of the car, so just a little bit of a tap on the back on either of the rear quarters, and the rear gets very, very loose indeed, and that's what we saw there. And the drama, I think, doesn't stop there, Justin.
Yeah, Northside Racing now with a little bit of drama in Sector 2 as they tried to set it underneath Fisher Motorsport and snapped around as a result.
That is a pretty easy mistake to make, to say the least. Just kind of ride it up the curves and just get set around. Oh, one of the huge ass Porsches is off as well. I think that's actually a turn one. That's Sven Demmel that has had an incident down there as well. So a lot of drivers having some issues here in the first half an hour of this race. Now, what happened to cause this one? Was there a contact? Oh, yes, there was with one of the Gold Racing Team machines, and that has sent Demmel off and into the tires. A little bit of a kiss, but not much damage.
Yeah, that was with Taj Edwards, who is very damaged, mind you, for fifth position while trying to lap a TCR, and then you can see the huge Joss car trying to use the TCR as a pick, and off and away the car went, David.
Well, I should probably recuse myself from talking about this one, but we are going to see the replay and our viewers can make up their own mind. Too wide for the club class. They're trying to pass the TCR car there, and Gold Racing Team Taj Edwards thought they needed a little bit more room down towards the inside. Sven Demmel was pretty happy with where he was.
So the sport class having some interesting moments, to say the very least, in the past couple laps. TCRs, they continue to stay aligned astern at the moment. Pace has picked up a little bit amongst those drivers compared to the second grouping of drivers as that's because Lucas Dalter has ran away from that group and is slowly reeling in the back end of the 198. But so far, this class has been the calmest, I'd have to say, for the most part.
Yeah, it's honestly surprising. We're so used to seeing this TCR class definitely being, the big exciting one. That was definitely the case in the 2.5 hours of Motorsport and the 4 hours of Brands Hatch. Not so much here. They've really actually kind of calmed down in the past few races, Justin. So it's one of those interesting things to see how the class can kind of change from track to track. But I'm pretty sure that with things as hyped up as they are now, one of the things that's helping with the other classes is, of course, those much tighter championship battles.
Absolutely, especially with some of the fighting here. By the way, there's just been an incident with the 86 now in the sport class, and it was with Fisher Motorsport. You see them in the pits. The reason they are in the pit lane and just leaving it now, well, it wasn't a pretty one because it was down the straightaway. They got turned by Fisher Motorsport trying to make a pass. That is a part of the racing line, that white line. Fisher Motorsport turned them right here, David.
Obviously, we're seeing the replay here. I don't know what was quite going on for GT1 Punkt A. Were they going for the pit lane? Probably not this early. Fisher tried to go to the inside. Lucas Lippert tries to close it down, and he gets sent down pit entry. And I think he's just gone and performed a very, very involuntary drive-through. Manuel Meyer there was just looking for a way past, had to go around the outside, and it's nose to rear fender contact. You can see the replay here. Sorry, Manuel Meyer down to the inside, runs out of room down there.
An intriguing scenario there as the huge S car, by the way, because of that, also made a pass, so good news for that machine. 37 as Fisher Motorsport is now at the end of the top 10. By the way, we are not even 20 minutes into the action, and so far, a lot of drivers with a lot of beat-up fenders, a couple drivers with attrition. The VTEC Sim Racing machine didn't even make the start. And oh, by the way, there is still Amerikai Racing, who is still chugging along in third position and closing on in for second with the traffic.
Amerikai Racing and Lewis Ward definitely going to be trying to work hard to close in that gap. Sitting at about 6/10 right now, and they're going to go 3 wide up front. Look at this. Jonas Boda onto the grass to get around 2, battling TCRs. That's about from 29 points over there, passing. Shane Cameron trying to complete the pass from the outside, and that will not help Lewis Ward at all. He's going to get all sorts checked up, going to throw it at the inside. Lewis, and look out, nearly cleans out the TCR.
Lucas Ward, my goodness, is lucky he didn't swing into that Audi. Shane Cameron behind the wheel with a huge-ass machine nearly got hit, but Gold Racing Team Red able to get on through. Problem is, that 22 also still wants to get through. This is very difficult, and yes, there's a fairly wide pavement here at this track. The problem is, a lot of these drivers prefer that one racing line, and everybody's been trying to hug it.
Shane Cameron obviously was in a pretty close battle there when the Porsche cars were coming through trying to make their own passes, and I would hesitate to call this track especially wide, and any track is never quite as wide as you're hoping for. 3 wide, a very, very tough ask coming up the hill.
Yeah, now Fisher Motorsport's 85 cars now into the mix here with Graphite Racing just getting them on by this time. Better run, though, coming from Amerikai Racing. They have to let off the gas, though, because Element Sim Racing is in front of them. Full Set Racing, tons of TCR traffic to cut on through for this battle. That's going to cool this off for just a little bit as they try to squeak on through. Gold Racing Team Red extending the track limits that time at Interlagos, though, nearly heading off into the tarmac still with plenty of cars to go. By the way, Hell Racers has already gone through because of that 3-wide move, while the others are still stuck.
Yes, indeed. So Andrew Repkoff up the inside now of one of the Team Vikings TCRs, and still trying to find a way through. This might actually help that Gold Racing machine, though, if Lewis Ward will get pinned behind. Not quite as pinned behind as I would have thought, but look at this. Like, this is one of those things about this track where we were talking even before the race about this, how lap traffic could play a massive factor in how this race plays out. We're certainly seeing that in full today. It's allowed this battle, which has now evolved over a battle for third place over 3 cars. It's been allowing this to evolve a good, decent amount. So we'll have to wait and see just what this will make for us later on in the race, because if this is what it's like 20 minutes in, what do you think it's going to be like in the last 20 minutes?
Yeah, David, your first thoughts on that? on how this race is going to be, the way this is shaped out early?
Well, the interaction between traffic in any kind of sports car multi-class endurance racing is always something we keep our eye on. It's not like IMSA competition where GTD and GTLM are similar in a straight line, but GTLM is a lot better through the corners. Here, we saw the graphic before the race. Each class you go up, you get a bunch more horsepower, but the cornering performance of these Porsche GT Cup cars and the cornering performance of the Audi TCR cars is pretty similar. So you come towards the middle sector of the lap and the final sector of the lap, and it's very difficult for the Porsche cars to make passes stick through the traffic, and it's a lot shorter of a racetrack than some of the others we've been to in this championship. Sure, it's a full-size Grand Prix circuit, but in that context, it's still a medium-length circuit, so the traffic is not only difficult to work your way through, but it comes up quick.
And the racing you heard on there was because Full Send Racing, well, their car went for a full send backwards along the side of the wall with a 169 after getting turned across the nose of Element Sim Racing heading into turn number 6. That car finally off and going, but that car rode the fence for a while, Nolan.
Yes, it did. So a big ride there for Full Send Racing. That's not the way they wanted to start it off. Like you said, turned by one of the Element Sim Racing machines. So you're going to watch here as Full Send Racing tries to come across the cover and just really turns himself across Element's nose. It goes into the concrete barrier, then has to back it up, and then backs it into the tire barrier as well, jumping the car up. And he did get themselves rolling again, but that was not the ride that they wanted to have.
Yeah, and that car does have a bit of visible left rear damage now on it as the fight continues on now. America Racing still trying to scrap along. As you can see, Gold Racing Team Red has moved up to the 3rd position, a few car lengths ahead of them. With the Fisher Motorsport machine, and Pascal Thea's trying to make the move. Inside line, can he get the send? Takes away the preferred line, but more momentum on the outside line for the 97. Some good scraps here, David, at this point, and you talked a little bit about the passing. How do you feel it's going to come down to today in terms of where you want to pass? Because so far, it seems mistakes in traffic have been the main causes of many of these passes today. And hold on, Hell Racers is off the racetrack. They are off in the middle of the grass. The 2nd place drivers in the points leader in sport class in the 16 went hard off to the right side trying to dodge the TCR leader.
Well, here comes the replay, Justin. We're going to see what has happened to the car that was 2nd place in the fastest class, coming up towards the top of the hill, go down the inside of the TCR leader across the curb. And this is what I'm talking about. They lose the traction at the rear of the car off onto the grass, have to do a 360. It cost them a bit of time, but luckily they didn't make any contact with another car. They didn't make any contact with the barrier. They'll keep going, but those rear tires might be a little bit hot. It'll take a lap or so to calm them down.
Here's the concern, though. I think if you're that entire team, that drops them down to 7th overall, David. And remember, they needed a good championship position. Fisher Motorsport able to make the pass this time in America Racing, but Hell Racers now in a very difficult spot, David.
Yeah, well, there's battles up and down in all of our classes. I've got my timing screen up that puts a red box around battles that are underneath 1 second, and there are red boxes everywhere, including this battle we're looking at here, 3rd and 4th. 2nd place is just up the road from them as well, so 2nd, 3rd, and 4th is a serious battle in this class and remains as such.
No less than 8 red boxes across the field at the moment as Fisher Motorsport trying to reel in that Gold Racing Team you see up the road. And Retzkoff trying to close in. A black flag has been issued, by the way, to Michael Scholax for an incident on lap 3, turn 1. That specifically, in terms of that lap coding, would come in from one of the earliest incidents from the race today. We'll get you more information on that in just a moment. There has also been a black flag, though, to one of the Movado sim racing machines. Remember that awkward start involving the MX-5s? The race leader, the 2, has been given a black flag for the race start, ignoring the start. For James Sharp, there are 2 different Movado's cars. He is the driver of the 298 machine, that is the one with the yellow roll bars. Marcello Pagnon does not get the penalty. That is huge because that remembers the car looking for the championship, their second entry that's been a part-time car, but the one who have to serve a penalty.
So it seems like all sorts of drama definitely coming in now with James Sharp being black flag for ignoring that start. And we were wondering if that would get investigated, and it would. And well, the battle is on for sure. And for second place in your Porsche class, Andrew Repkov had a terrible turn too. And now side by side down this very long straightaway with Fisher Motorsport trying to throw it up the inside. They caught a Miata at the worst time, and it almost took out that goes in red machine down the brakes down the as they go. Pascal Thai is going to get that move done. And Repkov extended the track limits 3 wide around the Miata, and that move is going to be nice and clean there for Fisher Motorsport.
So they're starting to cut their way up to the field for that Fisher Motorsport machine. They started 7th in the class today. Now up to 2nd. Here's the downside though, David. Even though this has been an absolutely phenomenal battle, they're 11 seconds behind Team Heli Media already.
Yeah, Heli Media are definitely getting away in the lead, and part of that was helped by the spin for Hell Racers, who were in 2nd place. So now we're looking at the battle for what is now 2nd place. And certainly it's been very, very tough. We saw Gold Racing Team go a little bit wide in turn 4, and once you get over that curve, the track drops away. It makes you understeer further. You get further away from the track. That's one of those places you need to make sure you keep all 4 tyres on the black stuff. But Fisher Motorsport have been held up a little bit passing one of those Movano cars, and I think Gold Racing Team are going to try and get this back.
They have a good chance to go on the right side again. Back and forth for 2nd position over on the racetrack and in the sport class. Gold Racing Team Red attacking the high line through Senna S. Able to stick on side by side. Have the preferred curving. Forced to hit off the gas though. They went off in the grass. Forced to let Fisher Motorsport back on by. That was a little bit of a tight sequence once again to make sure they completed the corner there, but now they get the chance to reset for another opportunity. Will they send it up the inside? No, Fisher Motorsport too far away for the dive.
And Repkov tried to make the look. It might have been a defensive move against Lewis Ward, because you got to remember, Murai Racing, they are sitting back there in 4th place, and they are ready to pounce and take whatever spots they can right now. So Repkov, he's got to be looking at 2 different places right now. He's got to look in his mirrors, and unfortunately might have to look in the mirrors a bit more, and cuts off Lewis Ward a bit there, slams that door shut, and he's still trying to reel in Pascal Thai. So this is a brilliant fight for 2nd place here in your sport class. All this though is allowing Team Heli Media to continue to extend that gap, and with Hell Racers now so far down, this might just hand them that championship on a silver platter.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity at this point. By the way, that first penalty referred to with the driver, Michael Shalax, that was involving one of the Fark Donald-Tech machines on the racetrack today, the 151 car. They've already been lapped by the overall race leaders. They're in the back half of the TCR class at the moment. Still a ways to go, approaching 30 minutes on the clock done so far. What has been an eventful one for those tuning in, the season finale for the Club Sports Series. Team Heli Media in the driver's seat for the championship after coming into the day 9 points back. They're in a great situation now because of the trouble to Hell Racers in the sport class. Hell Racers is all the way back in 7th position. 2nd through 4th continue to scrap on your screen. Gold Racing Team Red losing track to Fisher Motorsport. Lewis Ward just can't get the send quite yet at this point.
No, often not an easy track to make a pass, despite that long run up the hill from the final corner, Junsao, across the pit straight and towards turn 1 in the Senna S's. If you're not quicker there, it's almost impossible to make a pass anywhere else around the track unless your opponent makes a mistake. This battle we're watching right here, Andrew Raykopf and the Gold Racing Team must be looking in his mirrors at Lewis Ward behind. It is kind of helping Fisher Motorsport build just 1 or 2 car lengths extra away from these guys.
And that can be pretty crucial with some of these battles and the importance of breaking the toe when it comes to endurance racing in terms of being able to set up your own rhythm here. But many of these drivers too, they also have the scenario here knowing where they can save fuel a little bit, ride in the slipstream one another, and let off the gas or hit the brakes about 90 to 100 feet earlier each time to save an extra lap or 2 in the run.
Absolutely. So, of course, with the letting off of Lieutenant Cozen to conserve that little bit more fuel, it can be a good strategy for these races. And looks like Andrew Repkov might not be pushing as hard as he was earlier on in this fight. Obviously, you're still going to go for a move, you can make it work, but breaking even a touch earlier looked like than Pascal Theiss. So looks like Repkov might be trying to conserve a little bit more now, maybe trying to look a bit more. He runs a little bit wide there on the exit of that turn number 3, which is something that the race control said they're going to be looking out for, because there are a few corners where extending the track limits could potentially help to get you a better run down the next straightaway, kind of like the final corner at Monza. So they did say they would be looking out for stuff like that, and they would be scrutinizing those heavily if they see it too many times.
Indeed. Especially with a track such as this. Remember, there are no incident limits in this series, but they do keep an eye on those specific off-track scenarios at tracks such as this. So it's something to keep an eye on throughout this entire day. However, the 60 machine for Team Howie Media, while their main 61 car's been leading, the 60 has just had a spin trying to make a pass on a TCR.
So we're going to see the replay here of this one on board with another 60 Helen Media car, not the car that was leading. But here it will go to show some of the difficulties you have in passing some of the other traffic. Looks towards the inside at turn 4, isn't close enough, then thinks about it besides CXR, and obviously locks up the rear tyres, trying to get out of that one that they were only half committed to.
That did lose them 2 positions on the racetrack and puts them last overall in the class. On the bright side, car still clean at this point. Meanwhile, up the inside in turn 1, Gold Racing Team Red was able to make the pass on Fisher Motorsport. They continue to go back and forth. They're losing about a second or so a lap with this fight. But man, oh man, are they having some fun here in this grouping. Fisher Motorsport, not a fun corner exit, nearly pushed off the track.
Pascal Theiss having a little bit of an unopportunistic corner exit, and he was trying to maybe make a look around the outside of the corner. Didn't quite work out for him. Repkov was covering the inside nicely, and Repkov is going to be able to keep this position nicely now. So this battle for second definitely not over, and Lewis Ward still trying to find his way up there to make his way up into third place, because no doubt he's not going to be the most pleased person in the world watching these two swap positions up front, but he's just having to sit back and forth and observe.
So an intriguing race so far amongst these drivers. By the way, as these cars continue to scrap for second in the sport class, the TCR lead group, we should note, has spread apart a significant margin. Team Hoytingveld is currently leading that group, by the way, with Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing, CXR Project Black, and RacespotTV ClubSport in that drafting pack. They've all separated by about 7-8 car lanes. Compare that to this grouping, they're separated by about 4 or 5 car lanes. However, the draft helping close that a little bit once again. Fisher Motorsport with the best run. They've looked very quick down the straights. Can't get the pass back yet this time.
Catching some of that lap traffic though here at some bad times. So Fisher Motorsport, can they try to make the looks? They duck around the outside of one of those Movano cars. That draft could help to close the gap in, but I don't think it's going to be quite close enough to make an opportunity down at the turn number 4. And
trouble, Hell Racers again. Pardon me for cutting you off, because the 16's gone off the track again. This time in Senna S, and Hell Racers' race from disaster continues. This time, door-to-door contact in the battle for 6th.
And that's interesting to see, because this Hellracers car, after the positions they had lost, they were actually the fastest car in class a previous lap. Here they are battling with the 76, the 16 to the inside, and as you say, a little bit of door-to-door contact, very hot track, very slippery. The 16 goes around, and a good job by them to engage reverse gear, get off the racing line, and well done by a couple of cars there that managed to avoid them. No further contact made.
Problem is, though, there is absolute calamity, though, for the championship battle here, Nolan, because we mentioned the importance of today's race. It's something we've hit upon a couple dozen times. But now, Hell Racers, it has gone the exact opposite of what they needed today, especially with their main championship competitor leading, and the cars that are right behind them in the championship points as well, with a chance to potentially leapfrog with how rough this race has gone so far.
Absolutely. I think at this point, Hellraisers have just lost that championship with that. They still got about 3.5 hours left, but that is they got a lot of ground that they're going to have to work up, and I don't think they'll be able to do that, especially with how much Team Alameda has just been extending that gap. It was up to 12.5 seconds last time at the line, so it's just there's so much time to be gained. I just don't think that it can be done, even though they got so much time remaining still.
Yeah, it's still early on in this race. That's the bright side here, David, if you're any of these teams. But what's kind of your mindset now, knowing that you're in a very hard race scenario with some very hard battling going on across the field? Yes, including with this battle still for second. But now you're in a situation where you need to somehow get to these cars by the final hour.
You're doing what you can every single lap. You're aware that the track temperature is very, very hot, and all of these cars are sensitive to that track temperature. You go for a spin, you go for a slide, you lock up a tire, you'll warm up that tire hotter than it's meant to be, and then you're missing that grip until you can let it cool down. But once you've heated it up, it's extra slippery again. That can be a runaway effect unless you consciously let your tires get back within their optimal window, cool them down a little bit, make sure your driving is smooth and efficient. So that's where you are right now when the track temperature is above 50 degrees Celsius.
And it's been crazy for these drivers too, and the temperatures, they've been practicing in these conditions throughout the week. The hottest conditions we're seeing right in practice for preparation and in qualifying today. The track has cooled down a little bit as we've just passed around nearly 1:30 p.m. local time in the sim, but it's been a toasty one for these competitors, and tire conservation, you'd hit upon it, going to be very crucial throughout this race for all the classes.
Absolutely. That's something they're really going to have to look out for, especially in that TCR class. It just doesn't look like a whole lot of drivers have been doing a whole lot of conserving. It looks like a lot of them have been doing a lot of pushing right now. And of course, like I said, toasty track, and that is going to impact the tire life. Every single mistake that you make is definitely going to push it's going to push the degradation rate up even more. Battle for ninth is on, though, in your TCRs between Christian Udeberg and John Ford.
Yes, Graphite Racing currently back on the prowl. John Ford had some tankles early on in this race, but still looking for some decent speed. They've lost a little bit of ground, yes, to some of their fellow TCR competitors here, but if you're a lot of these teams, you're looking to finish the event from start to finish today, and Graphite Racing looking to try and have a good performance, that time nearly getting stuck in gear.
Yeah, Slipstream's normally relatively powerful in these cars, but not quite close enough for the move into turn one this time.
And not quite at this moment. By the way, Team Vikings, that 103 machine, 5th in the points coming into today's round. Compare that to 192. They're looking to move into the top 10 with a good run today. They're currently ahead of the car they are competing with in Element Sim Racing, who is a whole straightaway behind them. So Graphite Racing, this is not just a simple fight of potentially a fight for ninth, having fun, trying to get early track position with many pit stops to go, but one that might decide potentially if they can move into the top 10 of the championship, Nolan, which is huge for a team.
Absolutely, getting the top 10 in any kind of a championship, especially one of these things where every car can represent its own team. It is absolutely huge to be able to work your way up into the top 10. You know, this TCR class, it's been one of the biggest fields on the grid. You got 28 drivers, or 28 teams, shall I say, that are in these the overall standings for the whole season. So getting into the top 10, that would be absolutely huge for them. So it's something that they're going to be looking to do for sure. And Ford still trying to find a way around Graphite Racing, who took one of those corners just a little bit too wide.
And they still have to let by the overall race leader that time by. You see the 61 for Team Heli Media. Breaks up the battle just a little bit as they force them off the preferred racing line. Team Vikings not going to have a good run off the corner because of that, but Graphite Racing still trying to at least get even on the speed chart. Gets a little bit of slipstream. See if they're going to be able to make a dive. No, just a little too far back. As this has gone on, though, CXR Project Black's 198 has been reeled in, by the way, for the third position. The Sim RC ClubSport machine has been on the move this race. A +3 from the drop of the green flag, and one of the quickest cars on the circuit, David.
Yep, certainly 0.2 of a second faster last lap than the car in front, but I assume they were this close to the bumper almost already, so they're sizing up for that podium position right now. Long way to go before any of the drivers stand on that podium, but certainly Lucas Dolzer looking for a way past. There's a bit of MX-5 traffic in front of them, and I feel like that might be very critical to how this battle goes third and fourth.
And that's Justin Hall, who's had a rough day, let's put it this way. Had the incident qualifying, has now back end damage, by the way, in the 237 from some of the traffic management today. That car, though, is still in a decent shape for the championship as we continue to follow along. The TCR traffic that nearly runs into the back end of the Movado sim racing machine trying to eat the curbing. Still, though, Lucas Dolzer is a very impressive driver on this iRacing service, Nolan. We've seen it in many different series. He's shown his raw pace today in the Sim RC car today.
Oh, absolutely. Lucas Dolzer has been doing a great job. And look at this. Up the inside goes Dolzer. Textbook overtake. I think tail end of habit. He's going to try to go for a switchback here. Going into the center S through turn 2. Got to be honest. This is off the track ahead of them. This might shake things up. Almost side by side as they exit turn number 3. Can Taylor try to get the run back as they come down the through turn number 3 down the straightaway? While this is going on, Jeffrey Garzano is being delivered a black flag for avoidable contact back on lap number 9.
That's the team manager for one of the Gold Racing Team machines specifically. That is the white car that now has to serve a penalty. Remember, they were involved in some incidents early on. Taj Edwards will have to come down and serve a penalty. Fisher Motorsport in their 85 car has also had to come down to the pit lane for an issue, it seems, from the top 5. And they've had to go for a driver swap very early, David.
Yeah, so some issues for Fisher, some issues for Team Hujas in their Mazda as well. Looking at the Porsche here, Sven Demmel, he might be involved with the Fisher car, so we'll have a look at the replay, see what on earth has gone on. Sven Demmel obviously lost a couple positions into turn 1, a little bit of contact with one of the Gold Racing Team cars as he tried to earn that back.
And we'll see if anything happened here. I believe it was something at least happened to that car. This is the 84 machine that gets turned around specifically. And so both Fisher Motorsport cars having a rough go of things in about the same time period.
Yes, indeed. So it seems like some of the Fisher Motorsport cars definitely not having the run they wanted to. And now you can see one of them currently in a fight with one of the Hellracer's machines. So things are looking very, very tight over there on that second sector. So Manuel Meyer still trying to run down Jonas Bowden in that Hellracer's machine right now. Actually, he was just overtaken by Hellracers this lap, and he almost got squeezed off the track there as well. So that might be looked at for, on the behalf of Hellracers, because that was a very, very aggressive block, because now he's going to try to go around the outside of Taj Edwards into turn number 1.
Remember, that 2 car does have a black flag to its credit, but damage. There goes the Fisher Motorsport machine to the pit lane. So that car looking like they have to go a bit off cycle here because of the spin around. So the window has gotten interesting for this organization, David. Both cars have now pit within the same 1 or 2 laps.
Yeah, we're getting towards that point where we're thinking about the pit windows and who's going to stop when, and we know that fuel limitation for basically all of these classes of cars mean that there's plenty of stops to get towards the end of one of these races. So that's very, very important, is when you take them, how you avoid the traffic. And like any good endurance race, it's not just how quick you are out on track, it's the calls you make on when you go down on pit lane and what service you take.
Yeah, just intriguing scenarios going on. By the way, black flag for the 86 car. That's one of the Project GTNs.de machines for a stop and go. So they'll also have to serve a penalty for collision on lap 9, turn 15 in this event. Following along still, though, Gold Racing Team Red trying to use as much of the bottom lane as they can. Marikai Racing trying to close up again on this fight. German Sim Racing Cyan, though, still has to let both of these cars go. That's the 19th overall driver. We'll have to let them go. Their orange counterparts had a rough go of things today. Looks like they'll go on the outside, yes. So off and away go the sport cars.
And quite literally off went Repkov, who went completely onto the AstroTurf to try to get around him. And I think that might have scared Lewis Ward a little bit into not trying to make that move from Merkai Racing down to the turn number 4. So Ward is definitely trying what he can to reel his way in there. But with everything that's going on, it's just so hard to complete passes when you're, you got to really focusing on passes by the lap traffic more than you can actually on your own battles in the class, just because they're catching them so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. With so much traffic management, a lot of these cars are nearly on top of one another in some of these groupings, by the way. There's the penalty being served now by Taj Edwards, as this stop and go is already being a lengthy one. His car was already off the pace, David, by a decent margin. Fell down the running order by a few spots, and now it looks like they're electing to put tires on it too.
Yeah, certainly puts them on a very different strategy very early, not one they would have wanted to do there, Nolan.
Yes, absolutely. So it's a bit interesting because as far as my knowledge went, I thought you were not allowed to service your car while serving a penalty. So we'll have to see what race control will do about that, if they'll count that as penalty served or not, because that's usually kind of the traditional way of doing things is, if you are given a penalty, you're not allowed to take service on your car when you're in the pit lane.
Have to remember, though, too, if you put service on the car, too, it does automatically add extra time to your pit stop. David, your thoughts on this call here?
Well, obviously there's default iRacing automated race control rules, and then there's what the ClubSport by DGFX series admins ask you to serve. So that has been a recent change to the iRacing service where, stop and go penalties hold you longer if you are also taking service. The individual series race control could say that is adequate or have their own rules.
And remember, Nolan is correct too on that too, where you're not allowed to receive any service to the car. This is direct with the rule book while serving a penalty. If you receive service while serving the penalty, you will be required to serve it again until completed properly. They cannot be served as well during a FCY, which is basically a safety car scenario. However, if you're in the pit lane to serve a penalty when the full course yellow comes out, you would continue to serve a penalty and so forth. So, something you'll have to keep an eye on if that is reviewed once again by the stewards for today. By the way, on your screen, this is the TCR class leaders currently working together here. Team Hoitingveld in the class lead. They've led most of the way so far. Blake Neck, though, he's had a nice and calm drive. He's kept the slipstream. They did lose up to 5-10 car lengths at one point, but they have ditched Aaron Taylor in all of this here, Nolan.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So Aaron Taylor has been left in the dust. He's just now going to turn 1 himself. But I think, Blake Neck is not going to be complaining about this because, again, the way things sit right now, Blake Neck would be your champion in the TCR. Sorry, not Blake Neck. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. That team would be the winners in the TCR category. So he's perfectly happy, I feel, to just sit back here in second because they don't need to win the race. They've got a 71-point gap back to SimRC, who they themselves are pretty far down the order right now. So they're having a very easy go at things, that they're perfectly set to win this championship if they can just keep things nice and smooth.
And don't forget here, and David, this is something that isn't talked about too much in these broadcasts, but there's also a Drivers' Championship in Club Sport action. Blake Neck actually came into today in 4th position overall. What your thoughts on a championship in that caliber, your opinion?
Well, yeah, we talk about the sort of the main championship often, which is your overall most points scored in each class. There's some other sub-championships going on, though, with regards to AM classes within the categories, driver championships and such, and Blake Neck has obviously done quite a few races in this TCR class car in this championship for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, so he's up and about in that as well, and you can see he is just a couple tenths away from the lead in this race. Still a couple of hours to go, but he's doing a good job here as well. Meraki on the lane.
Yeah, remember they had decent damage. It's been Demo also now, though, having to serve a black flag. Huge S Porsche now being penalized for contact. Lap 25, turn number 10. And he's seen it on the broadcast feed, so they'll join Marikai in the pit lane here. So the 97, this appears to be scheduled service for Lewis Ward, I should rather say. Interesting again here, because usually you don't see these early pit stops. Usually you aim for on the hour mark, potentially, give or take, Nolan, in this series.
Yes, indeed. So a bit earlier than we probably would have thought, but maybe they've got some kind of a strategy in mind that we're just not aware of. So we'll have to see, wait how this one plays out. Battle is on, though, on the track between the TCRs. Lucas Dolzer getting the move done up the inside of turn number 1 around Robert Noker for the Racecraft Esports push machine. So that spot was just swapped around once again. So Dolzer picking up another one.
And it's not just those cars who are pitting. A lot of other competitors are pitting. We have MX-5's pitting. Brandon Hawken now coming down the 289 machine. We have TCRs who have pit. Graphite Racing in the midst of a driver change. VEC Sim Racing, their 172 just came out of the pit lane. So a lot of drivers, it appears, electing to pit before the 1 hour mark. And David, I know you talked a little bit about the thought of the strategy here. Do you think they're trying to go for an undercut strategy and take a short stop early instead of a short stop maybe late in the race?
Let me get my pit reporter hat on. Well, first and second in our overall class are on the lane as well. Honestly, if we're seeing this many cars at once, that's probably the best they can do on their fuel. So this was a race leader, Team Helimedia 61. They're on the lane in their pit box now for 20 seconds. Right behind them, the second place car, Gold Racing Team Red. Helimedia go on, get away. That was fuel only, no tyres, which is probably what we'd expect with less than an hour of racing done. Then you see all of the other Porsches and Audis coming on the lane. There's tyres there for Andrew Rakoff in the number 22 and Gold Racing Team Red. So that's going to take them an extra 20 seconds or more. They might lose a little bit of time on the lane here. We see Hell Racers, one of the cars you mentioned in our championship fight. They come and slide into their pit box as well.
We'll see if they put on tires. Remember, they've had a disastrous first stint for Jonas Bowden in that 16 machine. Already the 22 off and away out of his pit box. The 16 still getting fuel serviced. So, should note, Hell Racers did take tires in their service down the lane. Everyone's ducking down here, and very intriguing scenario to say the very least for these competitors now. The most they can go about up to 50 minutes for those keeping track at home for this class. And mind you, some of the TCRs who have been in clean air are in the same boat in this event. Approaching 1 hour into the final round of the sport of this series and this season. And it's been an interesting race so far. At this point here, Nolan, your thoughts on the action so far?
Well, it was a very chaotic first half an hour, but after that, things have definitely seemed to calm down quite a bit, which is something that, I think we can all be glad to see as well, because now we can focus a little more on the actual championship standings, all of these different battles and the positioning that people need to do to get themselves up, that we can actually focus on individual battles a lot more as well. So, again, very chaotic first half an hour, but after that, it's definitely seemed to calm down. It looks like we're ready to settle into a rhythm and settle in for the long haul here.
I think so, especially with a lot of these drivers actually already taking their service, including such as this battle. This is for net third position, since Team Helimedia has yet to pit for the 60 car. That's the only driver inside the top 9 not to do so. That's the car that just came off the track on the left side of the circuit. But now this is where the real test for what you have in terms of pace comes in, I think, here, David, because now you can get into a good rhythm as a driver.
Yeah, strategy's been very interesting in this class as well, because we saw our leader take fuel only. That's honestly what I expected out of most of the field, but with how hot the track temperature was and remains, quite a few cars have actually taken a new set of tyres, and they think over this stint that's going to be worth quite a lot to them, because the hot track temperature definitely eats through a set of tyres. So we're looking here, Northside didn't take tyres, Fisher did take tyres, and I think this is going to sort of illustrate the point I'm talking about, where Fisher have decided, no, let's not spend 25 seconds in our pit box putting on a new set of tyres, and that's the strategy from Northside. And Fisher have decided, well, the track is very, very hot, very, very slippery. We need all the grip we can get.
They do have America Racing in front of them, who are on fresh tires, should note as well, so we'll see how this works out. The times are going to be definitely what to keep an eye on, I think, in this. Right now, America Racing on their first full lap out of 1:36.4 with traffic. Northside Racing nearly shoved off the track by an MX-5. They're forced to get off the gas hard. Here comes Fisher Motorsports 85. Aaron DePoy to the inside. Quickly takes advantage. That was a bit chaotic. They still have to try and split the TCR leader. Let's go 3 wide into Senna S. Oh, no. Contact. Team Hoyt-Invalid gets turned around. Both the cars in the position battle off the racetrack. The TCR able to save it, but the Porsche sent off flying.
Fisher recovered that a lot quicker than their competitors in Northside were able to do. Let's take another look at that replay. We're almost 4 wide across the pit straight, reminiscent of Schumacher, Hakkinen and Zonta.
And my goodness, Nolan, what a decision and a half there. Way too aggressive.
I can agree with you on that one. That was far too opportunistic. There just was not a gap that was open there for the Northside Racing machine, and that has just completely ended that fight in total disaster. So you can kind of tell, though, the second I saw that Porsche diving up the inside of the Miata, you could just tell that was going to be coming a mile off. And well, unfortunately, it definitely came, and it's just ended what could have been a very good battle.
Yeah, that definitely breaks that up, to say the very least. But could have been worse when Northside not only locked up the brakes, but smacked the inside wall in that scenario. That's where the left front damage now is in that case. By the way, as this has gone on, things have gotten interesting all of a sudden in the MX-5 for the club class, because in this scenario, this is Hyundai Mazda, who is up in second position for the moment, and World of Sim Racing team is in the third position looking to take away the spot again. The problem is they're getting split up the middle, and they also have Bavano Sim Racing team's 298 right behind them as well in the craziness.
Yes, off-cycle, off-strategy for the Hyundai Mazda, unfortunately, after a little bit of contact that wasn't really anyone's fault. We saw them on the lane a lot earlier, and because of that, they had a shorter stop because they just couldn't fill the tank like they wanted to do. So now they've dropped back to fourth because one of the Movano cars slides through as well. Milan Radjajevic, forgive me if I've missed that a little bit, but that was one of the cars that had a penalty early, but was doing rather well before that. It's worked their way back through, taken full service, now back into third place, looking at second place right in front of them. The huge ass car out of strategy, back into fourth, but now, bit of a battle, second and third in this class.
And you may be wondering what happened to the Movano car. You're not going to believe this. Marcel Pagnon came down the pit lane again in the 35, in the 289 I should rather say, 35th overall, stopped in the middle of the pit lane, stopped there for a good 10-15 seconds, then got rear-ended by Graphite Racing, who had to come down for a second pit stop of the 192. John Ford had to slam on the brakes because the MX-5 backed up in the middle of the track, and now Pagnon has back-end damage on his race car. That's why John Ford is still sitting in the pit lane with left front damage.
Well, that will certainly explain that. So stopping in the middle of the pit lane, well, shall we say, it's probably not the, shall we say, the most opportunistic move. It isn't the most optimal move. That's the word I was looking for to say. So seems like there was some slight complications, maybe a touch of miscommunication as well, but that is quite unfortunate there for one of those Movano cars.
Yeah, Brandon Hawken, the overall class leader, was the driver again who had that situation. Their sister car currently looking like they're okay in the position battle, but it might have been the case, David, as you see that car right here with the back end damage. I think they might have missed their pit stall, which might have been earlier on in the pit lane, and they were trying to back up not knowing there were going to be cars coming in still.
And you know what? That's a thing that actually happens in these kind of races, you have a practice session, then you have the qualifying session, then we have the race session here. And where your pit stall is moves from the start of the qualifying session to the race session. You join for practice and qualifying, and you get assigned a grid stall, and then qualifying happens. And after qualifying, the pit order is reassigned based on the qualifying times. So your pole man has the best pit stall down to the last car on the grid has the pit stall all the way down the other end. So what can happen sometimes is you leave the car, you leave the pit lane in qualifying to go out on track, and then you get towards the race session and your pit stall has moved from the last time you needed it.
And in turn, that caused a bit of miscommunication, seems, for the Movano team. That 298, remember, has already had to serve one penalty today, so they got the chance to find their box early on. Right side for them, they've recovered to be able to get up now to second position because the World Sim Racing team has now fallen back to third, and that huge-ass machine still in fourth on a different cycle. Still, lots of racing to go, 3 hours to go on the clock, just past 1 hour into the event. Got no one's thoughts on this action so far. David, your thoughts on the action so far?
Well, a lot of the circuits that we visit here in the ClubSport DGFX Championship, not the full length of normal Grand Prix circuits. You know, we've been to Brands Hatch, which was a little bit shorter. We've been to Okayama, a little bit shorter, and here at Interlagos, one of the shortest Grand Prix circuits around the world. And of course that just keeps traffic very, very close together. This isn't Le Mans, this isn't the Nordschleife, and this certainly isn't Spa-Francorchamps either. And that's why your way through traffic, your heads-up driving, and your view on your mirrors has been so important, and we've seen a bunch of multi-class incidents.
Indeed, and that in turn has led to a decent amount of attrition so the classes. But let's take a look at the drivers. We're at the top of the pylons in the respective groupings. Team Heli Media currently on top of the pylon for the sport class, and currently on top of the championship lead. Remember, points being awarded in just under an hour. Gold Racing Team Red, Marikai Racing, SlowRacingTeam.com on a double stint is in fourth. Just Porsche, NAB Racing in the Fisher Motorsport cars round out the top 8. Then you have the TCRs, where Blake Neck, with that craziness he's seen before with a couple of the Porsches, has moved into the class lead over Team Hointingveld. SimRC ClubSport is in third, with CXR Project Black rounding out the top 4. German Sim Racing Scion, SROC Racing, Full Ascent Racing, and VEC Sim Racing round out the top 8. Then you have the club class. And that so far has been a mix of calm and crazy, if you can believe that, for the Mazdas, because Movano Sim Racing team is on top of that pylon at the moment with their second car, 298 in third. In second, World Sim Racing team in third, Huge Ass Mazda, along with Sevsky Racing, CXR Project Black, Tri Racing, along with Kalia Racing, rounding out the entries for today here in this one. So that's a look top to bottom of the top 8 positions in each of the classes. 11 total cars on the lead lap, and what has been an eventful one. Speaking of eventful, here's the 86 trying to make a move. This is right now the battle for last in the class, but that moves them up to 13. Team Heli Media lets them go.
I was about to say, I think we've had 3 retirements from the race so far, and all of them from the TCR class. Here we're looking at the last 2 cars in the sport class, but they're out there and they're going. The Project GT1.de car has made 3 pit stops so far in this race, but they are not last. They've just worked their way back up into 13th. That Team Helimedia number 60 car, well, they must have drawn some of the firepower away from the 60, because the 61 is really where Helimedia are looking. They are making a 14-car sandwich of the field, with Team Helimedia in 1st and 14th.
Let's take a look on board. This is Anders Christensen behind the wheel of the 60 car, and your thoughts on that intriguingness, so to speak, in this race today for Team Helimedia's respective cars. The 60's had some ups and downs. 61 has been on a completely positive trend from start to finish so far.
Well, I mean, it sort of speaks for itself. The Team Hella Media 60 has just lost a spot back into 14th place, has gone for a couple of spins that we've seen. But meanwhile, the sister car is at the lead of the class by more than half a minute. So, I mean, if you're looking at your available drivers and you're looking at the points standings and all of that coming into this race, you go, well, who's confident? Who's done the practice laps? Put them in the points leading car, and let's make a good showing of the number 61. And you can't fault them for that, because they are leading by 35.5 seconds, this car right here, right now, having already made one of their pit stops. I think one of the things that will feed into that, though, fuel only, no tyres for this car. The two cars pursuing it are on fresh tyres.
8/10 gain last time by Gold Racing Team Red. However, the problem is there's still that 35-36 seconds you referred to behind. Here's that 22 machine specifically in time splits. Traffic is holding them up a little bit, but when they're in cleaner space, they've gone up to as high as a 2.5 quicker, Nolan, on the fresher tires.
Indeed, so 1.5 quicker for Andrew Repkov, but it still isn't going to be nearly enough to reel them in before they reach that next pit window. So Emil Heyerdahl driving for that for-year race leader right now. He is looking more than secured in that positioning right now for this race win today. So unless anything major happens, but with just an unbelievable gap, I cannot see anything really stopping them at this point.
I'm curious to see if anything can happen these next few hours or so. By the way, the 76 of slowracing.com esports, their second entry just turned off the racetrack. They've gone and back going after getting turned across the nose of a TCR. They're still in 5th position, but it could have been a lot more worse as they went towards the inside tire barrier coming off of turn number 4 in the Cita del Lago, with how much traffic there is in this racetrack at this portion of their grouping. Remember, they double stinted the tires here.
Yeah, what a division in the field we've got for these Porsche cars. Cars that did take tyres, cars that didn't take tyres. We're looking here, Slow Racing and Huge Ass Porsche. I do believe both of them are on the older tyres. Huge Ass having already served the penalty from that was given to Sven Dammel for turning one of the Fischer cars. So, battle, I think the cars relatively equal on tyre life here.
In turn, that penalty came after their first pit stop service. I believe in that scenario for them, they're able to make the pass on the outside using the TCR of Real Pixel Motorsport as a pick. Once again, going 3 wide. That was common practice in the warm-ups. That's been common practice down some of the straightaways. But Sven Dammel back up inside the top 5 for his team. The next car in front is Frank Van Brandwick in 4th overall on the circuit. By the way, there's also a fight heating up for 2nd in the TCR class because Lucas Dolzer is trying to attack the Team Huntingville machine as well at the area half of the circuit.
So it would seem that the battle will be on for 2nd place in the TCR class. Dolzer trying to pick up 2nd place in that TCR class away from Michael Schletter for Team Hohenfeld. And oh my goodness, we have just had a disqualification. The number 80 machine has just crossed over on the custom infraction points limits. 9 of them in the race. So Northside Racing, they are done for the day.
That is one of the first times I think we've seen a disqualification like that in a race from 10th in the class. And this is something that does build up over time from during the season each race, where once an entry acquires a certain number of points here, David, they're subject to 9 or more points during a race, an automatic DQ. So they are done for the day. My goodness.
Why bring it to me on this point? It's taken them 6 races to do it. It took me 2 races to do it last season.
Okay, let's go to Nolan then on your thoughts on that one.
Well, it is definitely an interesting thing, especially with the way they kind of have their own infraction system set up, but that is just so unfortunate for Northside Racing. That is definitely the exact opposite way they wanted their season to end, was through a disqualification. So it's just, it's something you hate to see it, as battle is definitely on for this TCR fight still. And You see, Racecraft Esports Push had completed a pass on Graphite Racing going into turn number 1 this time, and now looks like Frank Oosterhuis might be looking to lose another one here for Real Pixel Motorsport.
And this is one of the cars, Real Pixel Motorsport specifically, who mentioned they were having tire wear situations in their warm-ups throughout the day, especially with the right front tire, and now they're trying to find any line they can, much wider entry apex compared to Frank Osterhaus in that Graphite Racing 193. Again, Graphite Racing able to cut off the apex.
Yeah, it's a short lap. It's an anti-clockwise lap, so your right-hand side tyres absolutely take a beating around here. Not just down the hill, the corner we're looking at, and then up the hill, the next corner, but also turn 1, turn 3, Curva de Sol, and then also the turn 4-5 complex. So your left-hand tyres don't get nearly as much work as your right-hand tyres do around here. When you're looking at your tyre wear, when you're looking at your tyre temperatures in a front-wheel drive car, you are looking at that front right-hand tyre, and it cops a beating around this circuit, especially in these track temperatures.
And a penalty just been given for, remember the incident where Marcelo Pagenaud backed up in the middle of the pit lane in the 289 as the MX-5 leader. When he came for a service, he's just behind these drivers fighting on screen. He'll have to serve a black flag for that incident in the middle of the pit lane. So this has the chance to shake up the MX-5 championship, as Brandon Hawkins' car will have to come down.
Yes, indeed. So this could be actually huge. This might have just saved the Huge Ass Mazda Championship. Remember, they are the Huge Ass machine in the 237. They are currently first place in the club class by 38 points ahead of the 289 machine. That Movano car had a massive gap as well on this car. This is the replay showing exactly what happened to bring this penalty about. There he backs it up right as Graphite Racing comes over the hill and just rear ends them. They have been trying to find their pit stall, which they had overshot by a very big margin. So that is what the penalty is for. But with that in mind, Movano is no longer safe in that championship position. This could have just saved Kyle Smith and the rest of the Huge Ass team in trying to keep their championship hopes alive for this race.
Now this is a major scenario for David, for whole Huge Ass organization. And again, this required a long repair for John Ford, who had to come down a second time, not expecting the car to be in the middle of the racetrack in the pit lane. He is back around going. However, he is deep down the running order, one of the last cars running on the circuit in his respective class. So, interesting scenario, and I know there is should have a disclaimer. David Haynes, a member of Huge Ass and that organization. This really helps that whole team.
Yeah, with a car in every single class in this race, so I'm obviously super biased. There is no battle in this championship you can ask me about where I don't have a vested interest. But yeah, this is what we saw right here. Is it looks like they've got the very first stall. When you come into the pit lane, they'd need to be all the way to the left-hand side coming up that ramp, and they weren't. They realized their lollipop guy was waiting for them the first time they came into the lane, and they weren't going to be able to make it without doing a little bit of a shopping center car park 3-point turn, and it has cost them a little bit dearly in that 289.
And off and away goes the lead. And the Movano Sim Racing 298 just took over the class lead. World Sim Racing Team second. And Huge Ass has also just made the pass. Here is your new class leader for the club class. And it's still a significant margin ahead in the field. However, now there's a little bit more pressure. Remember, this car had to serve a penalty for a start infraction.
Indeed, so the 298 car, after having to serve that start infraction penalty, significantly down the order. I think it's worth noting as well here, Justin, is the fact that they're just now on the same lap. So that 289 machine was already almost a lap up. So this will might not have as big of an impact, but definitely that one lap buffer is definitely going to help them massively. So now they're going to have to actually worry here about that. But for now, that 289 machine, which is still serving that penalty, they are still in the lead, but looks like it might have been a one-lap stop and hold because Brandon Hawkins, he's still sitting in the pits.
120 seconds was the total penalty because of unsafe driving. That's why it's taken so long. Remember, too, if you elect to say take service, it does make it longer. So if you put in the fuel jugs, that can extend it more longer. So things really shooken up in the club class before we have even reached the halfway point.
You know what, Justin? It makes a little bit of sense, though, because you think about it, in a lot of other championships, Formula One, for example, a championship I think a lot of people are missing at the moment. If you engage reverse gear in a race session in Formula One, your race is done, finished, disqualified. You need your team members to push you backwards in the pit lane. That Movano car engaged reverse gear in the fast lane, in the pit lane, and they're short. They're going to serve 120 seconds, a very, very, very tough penalty. Out and away now, you see it. But that is still being hit with a feather compared to what happens in some other championships for the same kind of behavior.
Exactly. It is such a major thing in real life, in sim racing, and now it's basically put them out of the conversation potentially for the win unless they put on a heroic drive in the span of 2 hours and 45 minutes. Right now, they are last car running in the class after serving the full 2 minutes. In 2 minutes and 18 seconds in total in the pit lane, by the way, on the racetrack. Still, ways to go in this event, though, for these drivers. And still, lots of red boxes across the field, Nolan. Let's try and see if we can go to one of the battles that is starting to heat up. 22nd, 23rd overall, 9th and 10th in the TCR class. That's where Team Vikings is dealing a little bit with Element Sim Racing, slowly closing in. We'll see if we can head towards that direction, because Element Sim Racing is closing in for 22nd overall.
So Niels Hooted Hedge, again, forgive me if I pronounced that one wrong myself. So that Element Sim Racing car is still trying to reel in that Team Vikings machine. So this is one of those battles that we've seen it kind of get close before, and then it's kind of been split up by all the lead lap traffic that they've had to work their way through, and not to mention the Miatas that they've no doubt had to work with as well. But it is beginning to close back in, so it'll be the question of will Element Sim Racing be able to close in that gap and get the pass done.
Curious to see how this will go here. Again, it was a 4-second differential in pit stop time between Element Sim Racing and Vikings. And how long they served? Team Vikings had the longer of the 2 pit stops as they let by Hell Racing. Difference of the split on your screen, about 0.6 of a second. And slowly creeping down with the help of the slipstream. Element Sim Racing just not close enough quite yet to even make the move quite yet. Remember that Element Sim Racing cars had some bumps and bruises. The Team Vikings machine, they've been wanting to go faster, go home, and they've been pretty fast today here, David.
I think the Element Sim Racing car has done our best impression of the Dakar rally in this race so far. You remember when they nearly skipped 2 corners because of the contact they got hit, sent them spearing across the grass. And, you know, it's interesting. Everyone in our top 11 cars in this class took fuel only, no tyres, at the most recent pit stop. But we've had a bit of a difference in how much fuel different cars have taken. Your leader took 24 seconds of fuel. Team Vikings took 32 seconds of fuel, if I'm correct there. They certainly spent 32 seconds in their pit box taking service. So some teams might have been more efficient at the start and then have managed to fill up their car in less time, or they've decided not to completely brim the car at their first stop, hope to get back out on track with a little bit of track position, because we've seen making up positions on track is tough to do in these TCR cars. So if you just cut 5 seconds out of your first pit stop, gain a couple positions, and not have to worry about passing them on track, pull out a 5-second gap, then take an extra 5 seconds at a later pit stop, boom, easy positions if you're fast in clean air but not fast through traffic.
Great point on that, Mark, actually, too. And as we still fall on Element Sim Racing, actually lost a little bit of ground in this fight. In terms of how you build the cars, Nolan, in terms of how you build your setup, what do you as a driver try and prioritize yourself? Do you try and prioritize speed in those slow corners, or speed in the fast sections, or down the straights, or something along those lines? Is there a preference you have as a driver for what your car needs to have?
in my opinion, it would definitely depend on the track, but I feel like, for a track like Interlagos, you would really need to set it up for both. Because yes, you have the really long and crucial straights, but then you've also got, very tight and twisty sections of the track as well. So this is really one of those kind of jack-of-all-trades track that's really good, well, even just testing setups on. You really need to go both ways. You need to make sure that you can be good on the straight, so you're not losing all your top-end speed, but you need to make sure that you can still have as much downforce in the corners as you can without sacrificing too much of the top-end speed. And it's one of those very fine lines that can really affect how your race plays out.
Agree with you on that point, absolutely. Here, as we still follow along with these drivers, should note slowracing.com's 76 car just had a disaster moment that nearly ran over the back end of an MX-5. They're still going, though, able to save it and keep it on the track after going in the grass. Problem is, instead of fighting for 5th position, they're now trying to hold on to 8th position. Hell Racers continuing to try and continue the recovery drive. They are one of the drivers in teams who did take tires. Against old tires here, not letting them go easy, though, is the 76.
I was going to bring up exactly the point you just made here, that there's a big difference in the tire age on these cars. More than 30 laps is the difference in age. That's how much younger the tires are on the Hell Racer car. You see half a car width towards the inside. Trying to defend is slow racing, and that is enough to discourage Hell Racers from making the move down the inside into turn 4. And that's the thing from Hell Racers, is they've thought, new tires will be worth a lot. They've put them on, lost some time on track. They're going to switch back to the inside, not close enough though. But now they're stuck behind slowracing.com esports, and they're not taking the advantage out of those new tires because they've found themselves a bit further down the order with a bit more traffic to deal with. That's always the toss-up in a race like this. You can, on paper, go, oh yeah, new tires are worth a second per lap, and there's 31 seconds per stint, so it's worth it. But you lose half a second per lap for 4 or 5 laps trying to pass a car like in this situation, and suddenly the maths works out in the opposite way.
And a bit of bumper cars that time with the MX-5. Try racing set off into the grass. Slow racing able to get back in the gas. Holding up Hell Racers. Hell Racers ran in the back end of the 76 as they checked up for the MX-5. That was near disaster.
Big accordion effect there down through Young Chow as they go to take a look at the replay now. And there you can see it looked almost in auction, almost looking at the slowracing.com machine locked up going into the corner and hit the back of the Miata. So somehow they were all able to keep it going straight, and none of them were able to spin around. So that's the good news on that one. And there you can see everybody just really running over each other. And well, it looks like the battle still has not gone away, though, as Jonas Bowden still trying to close in that gap.
And Matjas Mern still trying to defend and not making it anywhere near easy for Bowden still. As we follow on board, Mern with a little bit of a slide. Here comes Hell Racers, looking to dive up the right side. For the 8th position, able to secure the pass. Yes, nearly overran the corner, but the grip allows them to hang on. The 76 forced to check up off the corner. So that took a little bit more time, I think, than Bowden expected there, but still able to make the pass cleanly. Looked like he didn't want to make the pass because of an MX-5 that previous lap.
Yeah, so now up into 8th place, and of course, you're sizing up the guy in front of you. The guy in front of you is trying to size up the traffic, so it's a difficult game in that way. But now that Hell Racers are through, definitely they've got much fresher tyres. They're obviously one of the faster cars in their class in this competition, in this series, so you'd expect them to start building out a little bit more of a gap. It doesn't necessarily bode well for Jonas Bowden, though, that he took that long to get through and make that pass.
Problem is, though, remember, he's had a disastrous run, as we've talked about. He's 1 minute and 9 seconds behind Team Howie Media, who still continues to lead by 33 seconds, the difference. And the slow racing machine trying to send a major big boy send, unfortunately. Way too much of a send, just lost all the time they possibly could have in the slipstream because they tried to send it way hard on old tires.
Oh yes, they went way too deep into turn number 1, and they had to really lock it down to make sure they didn't run off the track. So at this point, they're going to have to hope that Jonas Bode gets caught out by some lap traffic to help to reel in that gap. But at this point, it's looking like that Hell Racers machine is going to be just safe and sound and just continue to pull that gap. They have been continuing to get on that recovery drive, but I'm going to stick by what I said earlier, Justin. I still don't think that no matter what Jonas Bode does, unless something really big happens to Team Hella Media, I just do not see that Hell Racers machine being able to hold on to that title.
Yeah, tough situation with about 30 minutes until the halfway points are awarded. Once we get to that point, we will check in on those points and try and inform you as best as possible what the current point situation will be as soon as we can. But many of these drivers are still working their way around the racetrack, again, spreading things out and cycling on around and getting into a rhythm. Should note that the red boxes are still popping up for the MX-5 lead because of what happened before with the 287 machine. It's still a decent battle going on that was for a little bit between the Movado Sim Racing machines 298 and the World of Sim Racing team that are currently in the same lap cycle but spread apart. TCRs are also still fighting up on the screen still, with Team Vikings and Element Sim Racing continuing to scrap.
So with everything looking up as it is right now, so that battle for 9th, again, it has spread out a good bit, and right now, the Element Sim Racing machine does not have any of the slipstream, looking at about 1.25 seconds back, so they're going to have to reel that in just a little bit more before they're going to be able to fully come on in and maybe make a move for that lead. Meanwhile, the battle for 2nd is looking to be heating up again, and Andrew Repkov has lost some time again to Lewis Ward. That gap at about 3/10 now.
Fisher Motorsport has ducked down for their second scheduled pit stop, with Pascal Theas now driving the 85 machine. So the pit window starting to open up for some of these drivers. Let's go to a RaceSpot fan immersion before the pit boom bonanza begins. Here once again at Interlagos, you're watching the Club Sport Series season finale on the iRacing Esports Network. Let's follow along board the 97. Following on board with Lewis Ward here in today's Club Sport Series powered by DGFX Racing season finale. Here on RacespotTV, the iRacing Esports Network. Justin Prince alongside Nolan Rampo, David Haynes, along with Hugh Louise in the broadcast booth today. It's been an eventful season finale for the 4 hours at Interlagos today. And so far, these drivers continue to work their way to the halfway point. Remember, points will be awarded at that halfway mark of this race. But as these drivers get into a rhythm, start to approach the pit stop window, want to bring up one of the many different storylines coming in outside the racing here for the Club Sport Series today. This summer, they'll be running a summer series to maintain their summer community during this time, as well as to raise money for the World Health Organization COVID-19 Response Fund. That series again will take place throughout the summertime and will feature 4 different events throughout the campaign. Should be some fun across the series. Nolan, first off, summer series coming up there. I know you were excited to see what would happen in the summertime.
Oh yes, especially since they have confirmed that they're going to be running the GT4 cars for the next season, and that is something that I'm going to be very excited to see. I haven't yet seen them on the track. I do need to still purchase that car myself, but you know, it's something that I'm really happy to see, because I've heard a lot of great things about that GT4 Porsche Cayman, and I'm excited to see what it'll bring about us. Lewis Ward from Mercury Racing really getting held up behind 2 TCRs going at it.
Yeah, and you can see having to go right on by the TCRs up on your screen, and lost a decent amount of time to the back end of the Gold Racing Team Red Machine. Mercury Racing having a good drive today overall here. But David, as well, with the new TCR, with the new GT4, I should rather say, coming in potentially for next season, it's going to be interesting because it will be included in that summer season, as well as full/live safety car periods, as seen in the DGFX series that the organization also holds. How much do you think the GT4 is going to change the racing aspect of things, and what to expect in the Club Sport Series in the future?
Well, I think the style of racing we have wouldn't change a whole lot if you replaced the Cup car with the GT4, or it wouldn't change a whole lot if you added the GT4 car into this. But having driven it quite a few hours now, having done a VLN race, not VLN, Nürburgring Endurance Championship race in that car now, it's a great car to drive. It's great for this kind of racing, and I think it'd be a fantastic addition. It's a unique and challenging car to drive. It has its own little quirks and peculiarities. It's very difficult to keep stable over curbs, over crests, over little bumps in the track. So, you know, every little kink, every little curve, and every little bump in the circuit is a challenge that has to be managed in that Porsche GT4 Cayman Club Sport, whatever it's called. It's got a name like that. So it'll be a great car to have in a championship like this, no doubt. One of the things about the race we're watching right now, though, is we started off with the track temperature at around 57 degrees or so. Track temperature was 53 at the last round of pit stops, but now it's down to only 44 degrees Celsius. So these 2 cars we're watching, Gold Racing Team Red and Meraki Racing, both took tyres, both pitted only 1 lap apart from each other, and those advantages of those new tyres might have been very critical at 53 degrees Celsius on the track temperature, but partly cloudy in Brazil here. Track temperatures have dropped a little bit, and over the last couple of laps, these guys have gone from taking a second a lap out of the leader to only taking 3 or 4 tenths out of the leader, and that's not enough.
That's nowhere near enough, I agree, especially with how big the gap is still extended, stayed around 31 seconds. And Nolan, at this point, now that the track is much cooler, down to 112 degrees Fahrenheit specifically now for these drivers, what do you expect the strategy calls to be for some of these teams? Because we're about to find out, especially since there's interclass traffic trying to come in at the same time.
Oh yes, and this was one of the things that we were concerned about actually earlier in the race was, you know, what will happen one fast car is bearing down on the slower car while they're both trying to pit, and well, it can cause some interesting scenarios, we'll let us put it that way. So with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing now on the lane and Blake Neck up on the jacks, that does beg the question, what will the strategy call be? We still have another 20 minutes to the halfway point, so at this point it's looking like about 50 minutes for every pit window is seeming to be the call. That is a very fine shot of the Gold Racing Team Porsche's grille right there.
And you can see every detail of it, including some of the parts that have been crushed in from some of the contact today for that specific car. But Blakeneck off and away down the back and forth pit exit. And we haven't seen anyone make a mistake in this lane yet during race conditions. But again, we hit upon it after qualifying. If you touch that grass, you're likely going to go straight to the Armco barrier. That happened to one Mazda MX-5. Everyone else has been able to keep it very clean on the pit exit today.
One of the Porsches we just saw in the background of the shot all the way around the outside of Curva de Sol, but we're seeing some of the TCR cars on the lane. We just saw some of the sport class cars on the lane. Our leaders in that class, though, I think are maybe 2 or 3 laps away from making their pit stop. Some of these ones we're looking at here, though, in the TCR class, Team Vikings nearly put their front bumper to the back bumper of the Sim RC car.
And that is Rudolf Nagel that's now behind the wheel of that car, coming out for Lucas Dolzer a couple laps ago. So about 5-lap differential compared to some of the other competitors in the class. The drivers around the Sim RC car are yet to pit. So keep an eye on that one. So a bit of an undercut call this time with 31.6 seconds of fuel, Nolan, in that Sim RC car that's already pulling away a little bit from Team Vikings.
Already pulling away a little bit, so it seems that Rudolf Nagel does seem to have that little bit of extra pace gap now up to just over a second. Fluctuating a little bit, of course, but it does look that overall he is going to gain. One thing that these drivers might be trying to focus on a bit more is, of course, the halfway points, Justin. Remember, this is going to be the final pit stop you should be scheduled to take before that halfway point. So some drivers might have elected to come in earlier again, so that way they can be able to put themselves further ahead and clinch those halfway points, so that way they can collect, what they can right out of the gate. Another fight on the track is for 15th in class. That's about that's about a 10th and a half now apart, and it looks like Artifact Racing might have actually just checked up, and hold on, Putis out, he runs really deep at the corner, and that will be a swap for position.
Yes, indeed, able to swap the position fairly easily. In turn, these drivers both have to pit, but they are some of the drivers who took extended pit stop service. 44 seconds in the first cycle for Shane Cameron. For Francisco Jose Romero, about 50 seconds in the lane, and they still have to deal with Ben Charlton, who has already taken a couple hits from TCRs this run. Team Hugh just uses him as a pick. And again, Ben Charlton's been used as a pick car all race for CXR Project Black.
Yeah, another bit of that work through traffic there where Artifact Racing thought they were going to go around the outside. Shane Cameron has decided to go down the inside. He's got that position back. Shane, I still would like that whole roast chicken sometime, but they are going to be a little bit of side by side here as one of the cars that's faster than them. One of the Fisher cars comes on through, and they are going to switch back because Artifact are now looking for the inside into turn 1 once again. Don't get it done. They are now haranguing to get that spot back.
What do you mean about the whole chicken?
We were at VIR. He said, I'm going to the shops. Do you need anything? I said, yes, a whole roast chicken. And he said, are you serious? A whole roast chicken? And I said, yes, I'm serious. If you're going to the shops, please get me a whole roast chicken.
Did he get you the whole roast chicken, or did he get you something like a partial?
No, he got a whole roast chicken, but he questioned me the first time, and I was serious, man. It was a 24-hour race. In the middle of the race, you go into the shops. We're hungry. We need some food.
So, let me get this straight. You want another roast chicken?
Well, no, he did eventually. We're good now, but I just don't want him to ever question me again.
Oh, okay. I think I'm questioning you a little bit, to be honest, right now. Are you hungry for a roast chicken right now?
Right now that we've spoken about it, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, I am. But not as bad as I wanted it then back in August at VIR.
Dane Barrett is hungry for a position. This is the SROC machine that's currently trying to work its way around Graphite Racing. Frank Osterhaus going hard to the inside and dive straight to the pit lane. So Dane Barrett able to make the pass right on by that SROC machine, now up provisionally inside the top 10. Been a very quiet day despite that one little slide, for example, but pretty decent run so far.
So Dane Bayer going to be back up into the top 10 for the Sorg Racing Machine, and the question is, will they be able to stay there throughout this pit cycle? Chances are it's going to cycle back out. You can still see the Huge S Audi and the Artifact Racing Machine both still do battle on the track. They're going to be letting Anders Christensen for the Team Helvetia Porsche on through now. So Cameron still did a good job keeping Francisco Jose Romero behind him.
And again, these drivers have been fighting tooth and nail again for this 12th position, like it's for the net race lead to this point. But every position and every point matters in this type of race to end off a season. Shane Cameron, last time we saw him, overran this corner, and he nearly did it again. This time able to protect the bottom to check up Romero, but he nearly slid off towards the rumble strips again.
It's a difficult couple of corners there, you know, coming up the hill, very easy to push wide. The camber of the circuit, the elevation of the circuit, all wants you to keep going straight ahead, and you need the car to keep turning for that double apex right-hander. And then you come to the top of the hill, and it is a tough braking zone into what's functionally the first hairpin of the circuit. So a difficult place to be lapping in clean traffic, let alone with a battle on your hands.
Still keeping an eye on this battle. Artifact Racing with the better corner exit this time, and there's been really eating the back end of that huge ass machine. And it looks like that huge ass is going to go down the pit lane maybe this time. A very hard cut inside, both of them do. Romero trying to cut his way inside. Neither driver able to go side by side, but nearing contact. There is contact in the pit box.
That might be looked at from race control. Francisco Jose Romero completely running over Shane Cameron as they both dove into their pit boxes. That was definitely one of the more intense races down to the lane that I have ever seen. And it's going to be a driver swap for the huge ass Audi. Antonio Alvarez going to be in the lane now. So that was something to say the least.
Yeah, what a decision there. First to try and attempt the pass on a late break, and then I think he thought he was going to go through the car, because in iRacing you can potentially go through drivers once you get into the pit boxes. Problem is, the Audi for Huge Ass was not in the pit box yet.
Yeah, we see the pit stop times here. That's no tyres from Artifacts, but obviously tyres going on for the HJ car, which makes sense with the driver swap going on as well. Shane Cameron getting out, Antonio Alvarez from Colombia getting back in, well, in the car for the first time now, so 52 seconds, that pit lane time there.
Your thoughts on this driver taking control of this race car here? One of the first times I believe we've seen him in competition this season, or at least in the past couple rounds.
Yeah, very, very competent driver, I'd have to say. A relatively new recruit to Team Huge Ass in the grand scheme of our history since 2014. But vamos, Antonio.
Vamos indeed. Vamos goes that MX-5 off the pit lane. Team Hoisenfeld tries to go Vamos away from SimRC, who has been one of the top drivers and top teams to keep an eye on pace-wise. Up the inside, trying to fight hard through sector number 2. Not going to make it work quite yet. Nego forcing the Hoisenfeld car to lift off the gas. Nego trying to go for the hard switchback. Make it side by side heading down sector 3.
It's a great job to play into the heads of Hoisenfeld there from Rudolf Nagel. They're going to be side by side as they come down this very long straightaway. The question is, will Sven Glatzel be able to switch back, maybe fight back into turn number 1? He's actually going to stay around the outside, not electing to go for a switchback. So they're going to be drag racing it down across the start-finish line again. And they're both going to be very hard on the brakes. Battle of the late breakers. And it looks like Glatzel might just be able to hold out still side by side through turn 1 and turn 2. Nagel forces the engine, gets his nose into 3, almost not 3 wide, but down to the turn 3. And now Rudolf Nagel finally gets the pass done, but Glatzel looking to fight back.
And bye-bye goes that MX-5. That's Thomas Knopfs that goes straight hard into the tire barrier, trying to bite the TCRs. Team Hoisenfeld not able to dive it up the inside to get the position back. Again, hard fought battle between these cars. The current class leader, by the way, in the midst of the pit stop cycle, CXR Project Black. Team Hoisenfeld still fighting for what will be net second. having to hit the brakes hard this time, really getting checked up by Nagel.
Yeah, more side-by-side action for this class through the middle sector of the circuit where the corners keep coming and there's no long straights here, so it's a difficult place to make a maneuver. And the corners go to the right, to the left, to the right, to the left. So you can't go down the inside, you can't go around the outside. We're going to have a look here. This Mazda might have already had some damage, was already a little bit off the circuit, a little bit off the pace for Zipki Racing. The very Polish looking livery already a bit sideways there off the circuit and on the grass, and this is not where their dramas end.
Yeah, they've been basically used as a punching bag, to be quite frank. That 222 all race, that car is not driving straight. It's been, there you can see how much it wiggles just in the corner, and then right here it just gets stuck on the rumble strips, and bye-bye race cars. It also clips the grass.
Yeah, it clipped the grass. I was going to say it had the looks of, you know, maybe a wheel, like maybe the wheel actually stopped working in the sim, but no, that was definitely clipping the grass, and it just hooked that Mazda dead right and head on into the wall. So big impact for Shipsky Racing, and definitely, it's the first for me because I've never seen a car impact a wall there. So, well, there you go. You'll see it all here in the ClubSport
trouble
series.
for Alvarez. Alvarez has spun around to the 137 in the middle of the racing line in the TCR. Huge ass Audi in major trouble and nearly getting hit hard by a battle side by side. My goodness, Alvarez with a very interesting corner.
Well, you see, in South American touring car racing, they sometimes use that chicane on the pit straight there. So that is literally the only excuse I can make for what we're about to see here.
Nolan, you're going to have to explain this one because it looked like he forgot where the track was with that chicane, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I can say. It almost looked like he tried to skip across the chicane. I got no idea what would have prompted. I got to take another look on board. Let's watch here, watch where that wheel goes, and there it goes.
This is from James Sharp.
Oh, sorry, yes, this is from James Sharp, sorry, but this will give you a good look. Look at that sharp dive to the inside and barely squeaking through there, but that was definitely close. That could have been a whole lot bigger, and it was inches away from being a complete and utter disaster.
So, a rough debut in this race for Alvarez. He is now in the midst of a train of cars. Speaking of the battles, by the way, second position is now where they're cycled for this position because of CXR Project Black coming in for the pit stop. So right now they are still behind Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing for the class lead, but this fight's still not over with Team Hoytingveld trying to stay in front of Sim RC, later breaking this time for the 177. Here's the thing though, Nab Racing needs to get through.
Yeah, so 8 minutes away from that halfway minute point of the race, we saw right at the start that the maximum points up for grabs in each class is 100 points. So with that being split in half, there's 50 points for leading at the halfway point and 50 points for leading at the end. So we are now within just a couple of laps of those half points being given out at halfway.
Indeed, so these drivers fighting for very crucial points at this point, to say the very least, in this train of cars and across this entire field. Question's going to be who's going to be able to keep the track position for that halfway mark. Now 7 minutes and 30 seconds as we still follow along with third place on the TCRs. Currently the gap between them in Team Hoytingveld is about a second. The gap between Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and Team Hoytingveld is massive because, Nolan, we talked about double stinting tires in the GT3s in sport class. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing's Blake Neck double stinted that lap during their pit stop cycle in the TCR class.
A pretty bold maneuver there from Blake Neck and the other boys over at Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing to try to go for that double stint. So we'll have to see just what that'll play in for them, because we know quite a few drivers were concerned about tire life in the TCR. So that was bold, shall we say. So we'll see if that gamble will pay off for them. I'm really interested to see, though, at the halfway point here, how these championship battles will be able to space out, because I think it's obvious that Team Hella Media is continuing to just, they're having an absolutely phenomenal race now. With Hell Racers just about out of contention for that championship, they are going to be pretty set to continue to run away with that sport class victory. But the big news is going to be in that club class, because Novano 289 is now behind the Huge S Mazda, but both of them are not at the top. So it is interesting to see just what this will be able to mean for particularly your club class championship, because the top two and the points are running third and fourth on the track.
Yeah, it's intriguing to keep an eye on here, because the point structure, third place overall for a full race distance. This does include the 50% mark in what could happen in the final half of this race. Third place overall gets 81 total points if you stay there the whole race. 73 points for fourth position, so a spread of 8 points. At this moment, Huge Ass is in a situation where they'll be likely the champions in the club class if they hold on where they are. Mind you, they are in front of Avano Sim Racing's 289 for that spot. Still fighting up on your screen, though, is second overall once again. Gold Racing Team Red has been fighting this entire stint with Lewis Ward, it seems, in that 97. Just has not had too much reprieve other than trying to use lap cars as picks.
More than just this whole stint. Since last stint, these guys both pitted about 6 laps ago, and they were close before that pit stop. They've both taken about 27 seconds of fuel only. They're close again, so all race these guys have been on the same age of tyres, and so nothing to separate them in terms of weight of fuel in the car, nothing to separate them in terms of tyre age on the cars. They've just been battling it back and forth. Two teams with a very close performance in their setup and their drivers, and no difference in strategy.
Indeed, and that's led to some great fighting amongst these drivers and these two cars. Should note, though, that they do have Tom Van Put up the road that they'll eventually have to deal with. Then Taj Edwards. For Taj Edwards, they're the other Gold Racing Team car in the white entry. He's been not having a pretty day. He's that car we just seen up the road at the very top of the hillside. That might be a possible factor as well in this position battle, with teammates having to let each other go coming up.
Not just that, José. You got to remember, perhaps Gold Racing Team White could play spoiler to Lewis Ward and Merkai Racing. Obviously, if you see a teammate coming up to lap, you're much more inclined to get out of your way. You're not inclined to be terribly nice, though, to the car that might be trying to run them down right behind. So when they do catch him, it'll be interesting to see what they'll be able to make of him. So with Andrew Ripkoff now reeling the gap into Tom Van Put, they are going to catch him right in the middle of this little twisty bit. So this is going to get interesting here.
Especially since we're about 2 laps or so away, give or take, for most of these classes, away from the halfway points for this race today. Still falling on board the 97 as Graphite Racing lets by Gold Racing Team Red. Again, losing a little bit of ground due to traffic. Gold Racing Team Red continues to lead this grouping of race cars at the moment here. So at this moment, for those curious, by the way, there's an estimated 77 laps to go for the sport class leader. For the TCR class, a 72 lap estimate this upcoming time by. Club last lap leader is projected to go for another 64 laps. On board with Lewis Ward once again. You can just tell, David, how focused he is in this race car. He's been continuously hunting down this position all race.
Yeah, and the track is still cooling off a little bit. It's still a hot track above 40 degrees Celsius, but it's the coolest that it's been all day so far. The driver's looking for a little bit of a reprieve in the afternoon, and Team Hella Media out in the lead, looking for the championship, have just set the fastest lap of the race so far at a 1:35.7, going more than a second a lap faster than these guys here in second and third. So they're battling it out here, second and third, but they just do not have the pace of the leader, who is looking for those points that are going to be handed out in 2 minutes, and also looking to grab a championship.
The crazy thing, though, is here, knowing at that point, remember the gap was around 30 seconds. Right now, after second pit stops for a lot of these teams, specifically because these two cars you're following along with elected to double center tires, the gap was brought down to 10 seconds. The problem is, again, Team Hella Media is now at the advantage point of that by a full second nearly each and every lap.
Indeed, so Kenneth Gilbranson seems to be able to, he's pulling that gap, and no doubt traffic is helping him a little bit with that one, as well as the traffic does tend to slow down the cars behind, as you saw Lewis Ward lost some more time there to Andrew Repkoff in the Gold Racing Team Red Machine. At this point, I'm thinking that's the only reason why Ward has not closed it in more to that Gold Racing Team Red Machine, is because of all the lap traffic that they're having to work through. Whenever he starts to get close, a lap car just comes up at the wrong time, and he usually is the one that gets caught out by it.
Now, we've seen this multiple times just on this stint of position battling alone amongst these drivers at the moment, as Ward, here he goes off to the rumble strips for the Sim Racing team. Lets them on go this time, as they now are 50 seconds away from halfway point. Again, crucial point of the race coming up in just a moment here. So, David, your thoughts as we approach 2 hours to go.
I mean, it speaks for itself. There's about to be 50 points for your leader in sport, about to be 50 points for your leader in club, and about to be 50 points for your leader in TCR. This is the kind of point in the halfway stage where track position is mattering a whole lot. And if your strategy was just how to get to the end of the race, not how to get to the halfway point of the race, you're missing out.
Approaching 2 hours to go in just a couple seconds. Keep it on the left side of your screen and make it halfway this time. 2 hours to go in the season finale for the Club Sport Series. So points will now be awarded to these drivers at the halfway point of the race. We'll let you know the calculations as soon as we receive them here in this race, as more traffic management happens for America Racing. Again, these are 2 of the 8 drivers left on the lead lap, by the way, in this class, with how strong of a race it's been from Team Heli Media up at the front. The last cars in the lead lap, you'll note, are the Fisher Motorsport machines, who are on the earliest of pit stop strategies amongst these cars. America Racing still yet to reel in back in a Gold Racing Team, stuck, it seems, at 6 car lengths back.
Closed in quite a bit there, though, because they did get America Racing did get some help from Francisco Jose Romero in the Artifact Racing TCR. Really checked up Andrew Repkoff, so Repkoff had to lose a lot of time, so that has allowed this gap to close quite a bit now.
Trouble for Andrews Christensen, there for Team Heli Media in the 60. So the woes continue for the second Heli Media car, because Senna S, their car ended up locking up and almost looked like it went out to the grass this time, David.
Well, we take another look, and it's been a bit of a story of woe for the 60. They were last on track for a minute, and my goodness, does that grass have absolutely no grip there. This is a circuit that will punish you if you lock a tyre, and a car that will punish you if you lock a tyre, and a car that has no ABS as well. So they have encountered a little bit of trouble there in turns 1 and 2, but sensibly have tried to stay out of everyone's way and get it going again. That was, a problem into turn 1 and 2, but not a problem of sportsmanship. They definitely did everything they could to not interfere with anyone else's race, which I applaud.
You can see them trying to stop it before it went right into a TCR. And I believe that might have been one of the CXR machines saying, thank goodness you locked it up somehow on a no grip zone. The grass doesn't have sticky pads, mind you, so 60 cars still off and away. That's the bright side for them.
Well, looking back to your battle for second place overall, I can see a lot of lap traffic that they are about to catch. And oh dear, Repkoff just ran wide, so Ward tried to get the nose in there, did not quite make it work, but you can see there's a train of TCRs right up the road, so things are about to get very interesting in your battle for second.
Mind you, this is as the grip levels are going up, but the rubber amounts have gone up across the track. Repkoff, a little bit of a wider exit. Ward, though, does have a little bit of front-end damage with some of the lap traffic management. And I'm curious here if that might be one of the reasons he hasn't been able to reel in the back end of the Gold Racing Team quite yet, David.
Well, I mean, around this circuit, if you're going to lose time to damage, it's going to be because your tyres have been knocked out of alignment, your toe or your camber isn't as you wanted it. you're not really going to lose a lot of time aerodynamically to drag, except once you get into 6th gear down the pit straight here. Everywhere else around the lap, the aerodynamic damage doesn't matter nearly so much. It's about your grip through the corners, and you can have some bent panels, but so long as your wheels are all aligned as they ought to be, you're fine through the middle sector and you're fine through the slower corners.
As you still follow around the 97, there was a car just behind them, by the way, in Senna S, the Graphite Racing 193, that showed the exact opposite of having grip, by the way, where they drifted the whole corner. They're still just behind this train a little bit now, by the way, as we still follow along with the 97 for the time being, still trying to keep up with second before they have to try and deal with the battle between Sim RC ClubSport and CXR Project Black for position with the TCRs.
This is a battle that has been heating up in the past little while as well. So Rudolf Nagel still trying to hang on to 3rd place, and now it's going to be against Ruben Schilt in that CXR Project Black machine. So your battle for 3rd being approached by a battle for 2nd in 2 different classes. So this is where we also get to one of those questions that we've asked time and time again. What do you do when you approach a battle for position? Because neither cars want to get out of your way, because they're having their own little race on track, and they get to the point where what do you want to do? But it looks like that battle will be able to go by on the outside for 2nd in the class, while Schilt going to stay right in the slipstream for Nagel. And meanwhile, Lewis Moore going to be going up the middle between the Miata and the TCRs as they are going to be diving it down towards turn number 1. Schilt making the look. Will he be deep on the brakes to go for a dive bomb? He will! Way up the inside goes Ruben Schilt and through on Rudolf Nagel.
And what a move to get inside through Senna S. It's been one of the best passing zones all day today. You've seen the example why with that long run to the straightaway to build up speed for the Sen before you reach the 2nd best passing zone right here. Nagel, though, not able to build up enough speed to get the pass back. So again, up to a podium spot for now with CXR Project Black. And Nagel nearly went off into the marbles that time, David. There's a lot of them on that corner exit.
Yeah, the pass is easiest when your opponent isn't expecting it, and it was a late move to the inside there, but it worked out. They got the car stopped, they got the apex for turn 1, and critically didn't let their opponent swap it back. So CXR Project Black 198 up into the 3rd position, but too late to pick up those halfway points. But now they do have a little bit of clean track in front of them. They are looking pretty racy as well. So maybe at the end of this race, they could hold on to 3rd position. They've made that move just too late to get what, in other forms of motorsport, you might call the stage points.
Drivers still waiting for that. The one thing that is unique for today, since it's the season finale and the championship is on the line here, is all the teams are being given access to live statistics for today to keep track of the exact points totals, because knowing when it comes to a team strategist, many of these competitors are needing to plan out, say, when they come to the pit stops, if they should be aggressive on the pass, etc. That is very crucial for today with what is at stake, not just the championship leads, but the battles in amateur classes with 86 and 76 we've seen throughout today with slowracing.com, along with Project GTNs. This battle, for example, that's been scrapping along for a podium spot to end off the season. The 177 and 198, mind you, are in the mix of their own points battle coming into today, which is why this battle has been so aggressive between these two teams. All of that's important if you're a team manager to try and tell your drivers, this is what we need you to do for the 2nd half of this race.
Yes, absolutely. So now that the halfway stage points are in the process of being given out, they'll be able to figure out, all right, what do we need to do? Where do we need to get? And then once they know where they need to get to where they want to be, how do we get there? And obviously, figuring out what you want to do and actually doing it is very much easier said than done in the world of motorsports. So it's no different here. So team strategists are definitely going to be racking their brains right now, especially as those points are delivered, as we are now 10 minutes past the halfway point, or well, approaching it, about 2 minutes away.
And this still continues to be a good drive for the organization. It's been an interesting race today for some of these teams. Let's bring in one of the drivers for Graphite Racing who has had an adventure today in that 192 machine. John Ford joins us in the broadcast booth. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us, John. How's been the race from your perspective today?
You know, if I had to put it in a little bit of a gimmicky saying, it's been a series of unfortunate events. We had a decent qualifying, but nothing spectacular. We got up, and at the start of the race, there was a bit of a hiccup in the pacing line. We lost a couple of spots and started to work our way back up. And once the racing went hard, we kind of ended up on the wrong side, a couple of car contacts. And at the end there, what kind of did us in was, I'm not entirely sure what happened, but the Movano Sim Racing car was parked on pit lane.
I'll get back to it in a second, but here's the thing that just popped up on your race screen replays. Apologies here, John, just stand by, because Marikai Racing, as you see, just got flipped upside down after one of the GRT machines, the one that was battling for second, sent Tri Racing hard off the concrete barrier, and Lewis Ward was sent upside down in third position.
So that is going to be quite major there for your battle for third place. Obviously, I think it's safe to say that Lewis Ward is very much out of that fight for third now. And that was Gold Race Team Red having some serious struggles getting around him. Miata would look like on the start-finish straight. And that was, I think that takes the cake for probably one of the wildest wrecks that we have seen all day here.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any excuse for that. That's one of the fastest points of the racetrack. The Mazdas are the slowest class. The Porsches have 3 times the horsepower, going a lot faster there. If you're the Porsche, you pick a line to the left or the right, whichever's got the most space, and you should get past cleanly. So that's unfortunate for Meraki there, who end up on their lid, but we need to take a second look at what's happened for Gold Racing Team there, how they didn't get past cleanly, because that has been the initiator, the trigger for that incident that has basically involved 3 cars right on the pit straight there.
And the crazy thing is, I believe that car might have gone through clean. We're going to try and see if we can get that look it appears here. You see the 97 in the garage, and then you see right here, it's the Gold Racing Team machine you see just up the road right here. It almost looked like they thought they were going to stay low, except for the fact the MX-5 started to cut out to the high side, David.
From that angle, the Porsche thought they were going to go around the outside. Mazda were just taking their line. Porsche had to cut back to the inside. It is so hard to judge without seeing the onboard from the Porsche, what they thought the car in front were doing. But we're going to see this again. Porsche on the brakes realizes they've got to cut back down on the inside to the left. Don't quite manage to do it. Send that Mazda as the bowling ball that knocks over the pins of Meraki Racing.
You can see just how much that got crushed in on the MX-5 in that slow-mo. That 22 is lucky to not have major damage. Here's the onboard we were discussing right here, and see what he saw.
This is where we'll show it here. Oh yeah, he definitely thought he was going to go to the right, and then the Miata started to cross back to the right as well. So you saw Repkov try to cut left. It was just too little, too late, but that has all the marks of miscommunication right there.
Now you can see they started heading to the right, and then bam, off and around they go, and their car is completely demolished. So this is going to make things interesting, as Hell Racers now able to gain a spot at the very least. They're up to 4th position again because of that. Make it 3rd because Huge S Porsche just had to come down to the pit lane.
Yeah, Hell Racers fuel only at their most recent stop. Short fill from HJ. I have to confess, I kind of knew that one was coming from them at the last pit stop, but I assume that they're going to take full fuel, full tires, and potentially a driver swap in the 37. But man, what an incident we've just seen on the pit straight there. Things have calmed down a little bit. I think, Justin, we can probably get back to John Ford.
We apologize there for cutting things off there for a few moments, John, with the situation we just had on the front straightaway with that big incident. John, you mentioned some of the wildness with you. Now, at this point, what has your organization's mindset been now for the second half of this race to try and work over to get calmness, and knowing on the bright side you haven't been flipped over like we just seen?
Yeah, I think one of our biggest advantages over some of the other cars just shown is that we are on all 4 wheels still. I think, well, really going forward, you know, we're a couple laps down off the next car. I think we're 3 laps down off the next position. So our goal is to not be a pylon, not get in the way of other cars, but we know that we do have a decent bit of pace around here, so if we could somehow claw back something and put ourselves in a position to get a position, you know, should another big incident come through involving the TCR field, we want to be ready for it. But you know, from a pace standpoint, even if, you know, Team Heuskenfeld was in the position we are right now, even they wouldn't have the pace to reel that big back in on pace alone, I don't think.
Yeah, and it's been an interesting campaign for you guys overall, though. You came into today 3rd in championship standings in the AM class. Not gone the complete way I think you guys were expecting today, but how would you describe how your whole organization came together as the season gone on, and how you guys improved as the races progressed?
Well, I think for both myself and my teammate Tom, we've had a great season, and it's just been kind of punctuated by small issues that come up from time to time. At Brands Hatch, we went a few laps down because Tom had his internet drop out from under him when he was driving. We got collected in an incident at Sport. It's frustrating moments that, you know, I'm happy to say we've had some issues that were something we've caused, but unfortunately we've also just been caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time. We're happy with how the season's gone overall, though. I'd say, even if it looks like points-wise we're not going to finish quite where we would have liked. If anything, it was a very promising season for us, and, you know, shows that next season when we come back and have a clean slate to race on, we're going to be happy to get back out there.
Speaking of racing, there is a summer series coming up, organized by the ClubSport Series, powered by DGFX Racing, that also brings in the full live safety car periods that's seen with the DGF Series and the GT4s for the first time in series history. Will we see your team in the summertime, and what's your approach, if so, for that series?
Yeah, we'll definitely be there. Endurance racing, at least personally, is one of my favorite things to do, and I prefer these longer events. I'd like to consider myself more of an endurance racer over a sprint guy. I'm not somebody that's going to run out and run a fast qual time or, you know, get top 10 in qual as today would show, but over the course of a race, when I'm not involved in incidents, I'm pretty consistent, good at traffic management, and I think the same goes for my teammates. So we're happy to join in the longer races and, you know, see where it takes us. It'll be interesting to see how the class interaction is between GT4 and TCR in a series that requires a pit stop. With the Pilot Challenge how it is right now with just 30-minute shootouts, there's been a bit of a headache, but I'm interested to see how it works out in longer races.
For you and your team, both your cars at this point, what's the strategy for the rest of the way?
For us, at least in this race, we're, like I said, just staying out of the way. I'm not privy to what the 193 is up to this race, but I know they are ahead of us, and you know, as a team, we're a pretty endurance mindset. We're conservative. We don't like to take unnecessary risks where possible, and I say that it doesn't always end up that way, but yeah, run the best race we can, get some good experience, and get ready for the next season and the off-season endurance league.
Anything else you'd like to add, or anyone you want to thank for being a part of your season before we let you go?
You know, thanks to my teammates at Pet Racing and organizers Julian, Casper, and now Rich helping out a bit. It's been a great season overall. I'm really happy with it. Looking forward to the next season. And I want to offer an apology to Element Sim Racing on lap 7, I think, when I re-entered over the grass and kind of clipped them.
Now, that Element Sim Racing machine went off in a massive slide. Good news is that car kept going, by the way. So thank you very much for the time, though, John, and good luck the rest of the way today.
Absolutely, appreciate it.
It's John Ford for Graphite Racing. Right now, the 192 machine currently last in the TCR class, but the Graphite Racing 193 currently trying to fight for decent positioning. Also fighting on the racetrack, this is Gold Racing Team White, who is trying to hold off the Fisher Motorsport machine on the undercut strategy. Remember, that 2-car is very demolished today, especially you can see the right front and that suspension and how much that car is being affected down the straights. Pascal Tice trying to get the slipstream, and yes, there goes the green and white machine. So able to make that pass, but your thoughts on what was said there, David, by that team and their mindset here as the Fisher Motorsport machine now looks to pull away?
Yeah, I mean, good attitude, good way to approach, 2.4 hour races and 4 hour races. We don't need any more one lap heroes, and it definitely didn't sound like the attitude of a one lap hero, so that's good to hear.
Good to hear indeed. And Fisher Motorsport again has been on this off strategy all race. Both their cars, I've been surprised here throughout this, Nolan, where they pit, remember, about 3 to 5 laps or so earlier than the rest of their competitors, which was an interesting call at the start of this race, and now it's kind of worked to where they've slowly actually worked up into the top 8.
Well, exactly, and sometimes, the strategy might not make the most sense to us from an outside looker, but you got to remember that quite often when there are more unusual pit calls like that, they usually have a much bigger picture in mind, and it seems like the GRT guys definitely had that big picture in mind. As you said, they've worked their way up into the top 8 with one of their cars now running in 7th place, and the other one actually running in a solid second, 22 seconds behind the leader, but a good 40 seconds ahead of 3rd place for Hell Racers. By the way, I actually would like to mention Hell Racers for a moment. Remember how they had all that strife early in the race, but they're up into a final podium position now. So Hell Racers, they have had an absolutely fantastic recovery drive today.
Yeah, indeed, that 16 machine just got by some traffic, and the 85 still trying to work its way through somewhat of its own right now. So there's been some impressively quiet, but also major runs that many of these teams needed for today. Mind you, Fisher Motorsport, for them and their organization, just 37 total points recorded in the season for the 85 car that's currently worked its way through some of these positions. It's looked pretty impressive today, their entry. Their 84 car has also had some good run speeds at some points today, but also has damaged their white and green entry with that what came in today 10th. So, decent day for the organization despite the early struggles.
Yeah, still a lot of race to go. Look behind here, we've got the 2 gold racing teams that aren't on the same lap, so one of them is going to have to jump out of the way, the other in a second. In fact, the 22 is already through on the 2, so that has been swoop and swappity there. But yeah, indeed, we've got a couple of teams with more than one entry in this, the fastest class. Hella Media with 2 cars, Gold Racing Team 2 cars, Fisher Motorsport 2 cars, and for all of those teams, no one's leading 1-2. Hella Media are, here and there, and same for Gold Racing Team, where their 2 cars are more than a lap apart. Some teams, they've got one car doing well and another car really struggling, and that's why you bring 2 cars to a race like this, because you just never know when the race might be that day where you're just against the wall and struggling.
Absolutely. For some teams, they bring only 1 entry. The SROC Racing Machine is one of those teams. The TCR class, they came in today 13 in the AM standings, by the way. With their season, in 72 total points earned. Really all over the back bumper of the car in front for Fact Autotech Sim Racing, who is the AM point leader entering today by more than 100 total points. So this is starting to heat up a little bit with SROC Racing looking to make the move.
Absolutely. So SROC trying to get around that Fact Autotech Sim Racing machine, and right now just not close enough to really make anything work. So with that slipstream, though, it's not going to be long before he has once again reeled in that number 151 TCR. It won't be long again before he'll be able to make a look and hopefully a pass for the position.
Right now, 145 won last time by for the 151, 145.6 for the SROC machine, driven by Dane Baird in that position. Battle you're following along with, should note, the 177 for RacespotTV ClubSport did duck down and is currently taking service as well. It's been a -3 though overall on the day though for the 110 machines. Shockingly, they're one of the few teams that have gone backwards on the grid today from their starting slot.
Yeah, most of the time when we look at these positions gains, positions lost, we're looking at the overall standings. So if there's a retirement or two in the Porsche class, in the sport class, then it sort of flatters the TCR cars because all of them, get a couple of freebies. But, yeah, you look at this, the FAC Autotech car is on paper up 10, SROC down 3, so they've got just a little bit more to fight for here to get back to where they started. But again, the qualifying format here where you only get one set of tyres and everyone starting that qualifying session on cold tyres, I'm not sure that the qualifying session always 100% represents the race pace of all of these cars. So this might be where SROC kind of deserved to be in the race pace and lucked into a good qualifying, or vice versa, they had a fair qualifying and they're not doing so well in the race here. It's not a huge qualifying session and it's not necessarily equal for everyone. Qualifying can be a little bit of a mixed bag, which maybe is what gave us that dynamite start to this race.
Absolutely, since a lot of teams take different approaches for the queue, and in turn, we talked about it, some teams who take less fuel, some who might go with more fuel, etc., as Bayer normally went off into the grass in the fight, which is now for 8th position, with all the pit stop cycling starting to go through for some of these competitors. Again, approaching 90 minutes to go in this race for these drivers. And it's been a cracker for those who are just tuning in. 4 total drivers on the lead lap left for the sport class. Everyone else has been passed by Team Howie Media so far in the 61 machine in what has been a dominating one. 23.5 seconds is the gap on fresh tires at the moment. You see them catching up to their teammates right now to lap them a second time. That's how quick this car has gone today.
It's Kenneth Gulbranson. He's been doing a really good job getting that car back out in front there, and with the 23.5-second gap last time at the line, it really is just really pulling away with this win. And remember, Team Hella Media, they needed to finish ahead of Hell Racers to go for a big lockup, and he's flushes off the back end here with the DCR. So that was just a big incident. VZ Sim Racing caught up in that one as well, but Gulbranson, huge mistake into turn number 1, way too deep on the brakes.
And you'll see it right here after the grandstands. They locked it up for a good 50 feet trying to keep it off the TCR, David.
Yeah, we're going to see the replay again from this different angle here on board. Kenneth Gulbranson thought he was going down the inside of both of the TCR cars. The door starts to get closed by the 172, and when Gulbranson realizes that that's happening, he tries to give that all of the brake pedal he can, but long braking distances for TCR cars, long braking distance for Porsches, he was already committed to trying to dive that down the inside. There was no way he could back out of it, but it was slightly optimistic to try and go down the inside of both of the TCR cars into turn 1. You can see it from both sides of the coin there. That was a little bit of door-to-door contact that didn't need to happen.
So they end up losing about 10, nearly 15 seconds in the process. The gap's now only 20.4 seconds as they use the esports line along that edging right there, but no one there lucky that car is not demolished from that.
They were in the midst of a big gaggle of cars too, so that could have been a lot worse. So I think Gulbranson just got really, really lucky. He got an absolutely massive break, and he can thank his lucky stars that those other cars behind him managed to cut to the inside and thankfully avoid him, or that there just wasn't even more traffic coming up on him as well. So, well, going back to this, we were talking about how Team Halameda, they needed to finish ahead of Hell Racers to win because they were separated by 9 points going into today's race. Well, they are set to steal that championship away after Hell Racers had an absolutely disastrous start.
And remember, Hell Racers is still a decent point behind, even with the halfway points technically factored in. Again, we're still waiting for the official calculations from that side of things. Pit stops underway still. Gold Racing Team machines have ducked down. Team Howie Media still stretching out a little bit at the moment. as a little bit of driver swaps taking place. Taj Edwards, he comes out of the car. It appears this time for the number 2 that is taking speedings. And it is Jeffrey Garzotto who says hello for the first time since practice.
Yeah, it's a Gold Racing Team pit lane out there. Identical service on the same lap for both of the GRT cars. Both of them coming into the lane, taking fuel, taking tyres, and taking a driver swap. So we are looking at the Gold Racing Team white car there. As you said, Jeffrey Garzotto going to drive that one. But the car that is in podium contention, it's going to be Jean-Philippe Gendron in that car. The one with the front that is a little bit more as you'd expect to see on the showroom. So full service and a driver swap for that car. Back out, 90 minutes to go. They're going to need one more pit stop to get to the end. We saw about 50-minute stints at the start of this race, so I think we're going to see them again with 40 minutes to go. That's talking about 3/4 of a tank of fuel still needed to get to the end after that stop for Gold Racing Team.
Absolutely, this 22 machine currently in clean space, as you can see. Very clean space. Well, except for those marbles just on the outside line here in turn number 6 and 7, but it's been a clean car for the most part, despite what happened with the MX-5 we had seen before. Very active pit lane at the moment. By the way, the class leaders, Team Heli Media, currently in class lead for the sport class still. Team Hoichtenfeld in the lead for the TCRs. Movano Sim Racing Team's 298 continues to dominate now in the club class. That is just behind the TCR, in fact, in that yellow roll bar.
And remember, even for that club class, things are still not over there, but it looks like the huge ass Mazda was passed at some point on the track by the other Movano Sim Racing car some time ago. So, it's one of those cases now for the Miatas where, yes, Movano, the 289 machine is through, but is it going to be enough to be able to collect the points lead away from the huge ass Mazda? That is going to be the crucial question. Championship battles are definitely still shaping up across all the classes.
Indeed, here as we are under 90 minutes to go on the racetrack. 90 minutes to go in today's action. As we take a look again now at the Movano Sim Racing Team 298. Again, this is their second car they brought. This is a part-time car. James Sharp behind the wheel. And again, they showed some dominance, David, in this class from the second they drafted together in qualifying to the green flag. Even when both of them had troubles, the pace was just absolutely flying in their cars today.
Yeah, it's a car that needs a certain type of driving style to make it go fast. It's definitely not over horsepowered, that's for sure, but if it's a car you spend a bit of time on, if it's a car you've got to set up to favor, then the speed differences between the faster drivers and the slower drivers in a car like this can be relatively significant. And Movano have obviously brought some of their A drivers, brought their best game for this, and the 298 doing very well in the lead. Significant amount of gap they've got over second place, and their sister car, the 289, despite serving that 122nd stop and hold, still in third place as well. So Movano are going to try and get as many points as they possibly can in the season finale, bring it home strong on what you'd call the anchor leg.
Let's take a look at the top 8 in the standings at the moment, and keep in mind there are a couple different strategies taking place with drivers extending their stints. Currently in the lead overall in the sport class, and currently tentatively in the points lead, Team Heli Media 61. Nabarasi is currently second, they are yet to pit, but Gold Racing Team Red has pit, they're in third. Slow Racing Team has currently been lapped in 4th. Fisher Motorsport in 5th and 7th on a very different strategy, a massive undercut strategy. Hell Racers is all the way back in 6th after taking tires. Huge ass Porsche rounds out the top 8 for the sport class. TCR class action. Still seeing some different strategies with Team Hoichtenfeld in front, CXR Project Black second, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing with Ralph van der Linden in third, Full Send Racing, German Sim Racing, Cyan, Team Viking Sim RC ClubSport. Amongst the top 6, rounding out the grouping, Racecraft Esports push in that top 8 positioning. Meanwhile, for the club class, There's drivers ducking down to the pit lane and joining them, but currently Movato's Sim Racing team is first in the 298, while the Sim Racing team second, the 289 in third, Hujas is in fourth, with CSR Project Black fifth, and then Satsuki Racing in sixth, Calv Racing 10 laps down 7, Tri Racing has been trying to get their car in and out, and now is back in the garage area in 8th. That's a look at the top 10 at the moment, as things continue to get interesting here. And drivers continue to make pit stops. And we've seen double stint strategies, and I want to go to you on this one, David. In terms of the tires, it was talked a lot about Nolan at the start of the race because of what came up with the hot temperatures. Even in the cooler temperatures with some of the strategy calls, tires are a factor of big time still in percentages.
I mean, yeah, certainly we had a very, very, very toasty start to this race. It's cooled off a little bit, but it's still, you'd call it a hot track. You know, a 20 degrees Celsius track is cool, 30 degrees is moderate, and anything above 35 is a hot track, and we're still above 35 degrees Celsius. So we've seen, the Porsche cars, they take about 25 seconds to fuel. They take about 25 seconds after that to change a set of tires. So everyone has been trying to not take tires at every stop if they can get away with it. But what that means with that double stinting is those tires starting to wear down on those cars, especially into the second stint. A lot of long left-hand corners around this circuit. We see the cars going through some, there's some down the hill approaching Yunsao. There's Yunsao, there's all the way up the hill. There's turn 1, there's turn 3 at Curva de Sol.
I'm sorry to cut you off, David. There was just a huge chunk going into the pit lane. NAB Racing's Marco Derricks has run over Graphite Racing's Rudy Winkins on the edge of the pit lane. Not a lot of damage on both cars, but there was a lockup to avoid it as well.
And we'll take a look at this, and you can see the lockup. And then Graphite Racing in front of them ended up getting wet and just taking their pit service sideways. This is why.
Really big hit there back with Graphite Racing, sending them off and into the pits. So a bit unfortunate for them, to say the least. So that's not what they were hoping to have at all, and they just turned it dead left into the pit box.
Both cars at pit lane speed well before those yellow cones that mark the start of the pit lane speed limit, though. You want to blame it on the car behind, coming in too hot, being unsighted, maybe missing their braking point. It looks like, though, that Graphite Racing might have gotten on the brakes a lot earlier, too early for that pit lane speed limit than the car behind was expecting. I'm not sure that incident was exactly what it looked like from first glance.
Yeah, that could have been much, much worse. NAB Racing still able to take a full service at 53 seconds. Some MX-5s, as you've seen, also had joined them, including the driver in the first pit stall who had trouble the first time around in that sequence, the 289 from Movado Sim Racing team, who was able to get into the first box and is trying to get a driver into the race car. The provisional points have been officially updated and have been informed to all team managers for the current championship fight. If the checker flag flew now, Team Heli Media would come away as the Sport Class champions. They lead by 8 points. That's because Hell Racers at the halfway point scored just 33 points, David. Absolutely blower for them. In the other classes for the main groupings, Alpine Star Shield Essek Racing gained ground in their grouping, and Hujas gained 4 more points in their grouping in the club class.
Yeah, there we go. We saw the points at the start of this round going into it, and we knew, upwards towards 50 points available if you're leading your class at the halfway point of this race. Half of those brownie points given away with 2 hours to go. Half of them are going to be given out when the championship flag flies and the checkered flag flies. And this, the update we were kind of looking for, the points on the left as they stood going into this race, the number of points awarded at halfway and where they stand right now, and you see that battle between Hell Media and Hell Racers, so interesting right there, where Hell Racers had it going into this round but just didn't grab the points they needed at halfway. Hell Media leading it now.
Yes, this is the exact sheet these drivers have been given. Here's the TCR provisional points again for the top 10 at the moment. As you see, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing now in a situation where they have clinched the TCR championship. The max points you can get at the second half of the race, 50 points. They lead by a grand total of 80. So Sim RC now is in a fight with CXR Project Black to try and hold on to second spot. Then remember, there's the club class. Should note the 289 now back on track. Brandon Hawken took extended service to get back on the racetrack. They are now out of range to try and fight for that championship. They needed some bad luck for the 237 at the start. They didn't get that luck, and now Huge Ass just needs to complete the race. 2 of the 3 championships fully secured for the main championship classes. Nolan, what a championship fight.
Oh, absolutely, and it's looking like, 2 of the classes are pretty much wrapped up as it is. Got the club class with Huge Ass Mazda, who is definitely, well ahead of the point standings as a result of that. So despite the difficulties that Huge Ass had early in the race, they've definitely come through, and they are going to definitely, looks like, coming away with the club title. Then you got the TCR class for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. They're in a similar position where they also just need to finish the race because it is impossible for anybody to catch them. The only championship that still needed to be decided is actually in your sport class with Team Helen Media and the Hell Racers machine. And the way it's looking right now, Kenneth Gilbranson and the other guys over at the Hell Media team, they're perfectly set to, again, steal it away from Hell Racers here in the finale.
As you take a look right now at your TCR driver and still looking to secure things, remember though that is all provisional because there's multiple factors. Remember, penalties factored in the last round of competition for the Club Sport Series for this car specifically. You also have to remember that there could be potential reviews or discussions after today. All of that is provisional depending on how this race finishes out and if all drivers complete all recommendations, requirements, etc. for driver limits, etc. for today's race. Still, you need to finish all the laps here, David, to make sure you're at least very good in this situation.
Yeah, we talked about this, exceeding drive times by 52 seconds or something for one of the Movano cars. That applies kind of to everyone, but very, very specifically to some of the AM championship teams where their AM classified driver needs to complete, I guess, the lion's share, as it were.
Absolutely is fighting underway. Fisher Motorsport now racing. Currently separated by 6 seconds, but traffic management still something Nab Racing has to do. Many of the drivers have separated out of the racetrack by a decent margin. Nab Racing, that was for position, should note, with the red box, about 1 minute 42 seconds back of the race leaders. Currently, they are the first drivers 1 lap down in the overall race. Nab Racing, despite the contact, still looking much quicker at the moment than Huge Ass.
Indeed, so definitely looking quicker. So at this point, it could potentially just be, one of those matter of time types of scenario. I'm curious to see if Alex Coffer will be able to stick with Marco Derricks through this middle sector and be able to maybe try to run it back down on the pit straight. We've seen this done before, so we'll have to see if it can be done today. So with Coffer down there in that huge-ass Porsche, we'll have to wait and see if he'll be able to potentially reel in Nab Racing and pick up the fight again.
Absolutely at this point. Still ways of a drive though for this grouping. It does have traffic to get around. These drivers have an estimated about 48 laps to go for the sport class today, but the pace, speaking of said pace, it's currently running around the 1 minute 36 second mark this entire day today for just about everybody. The drivers in the mid to backpack in the 138s. Then compare that to GCRs, they've been able to pull up their time to the 143s, to about the 145s. Then the Miatas have been running in the 154s throughout this entire run today. David, at this point, as a team or organization, what's kind of the mindset as drivers and team managers now that you're getting ready for the home stretch of a campaign?
Make sure your calculator has worked correctly. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, and Yeah, about the lap times, not that long ago for the Porsches, a 1 minute 37 was a good lap time. Track is cooled off to 35 degrees now, and everyone who's in it is doing 1:36s now. So the pace keeps picking up as we get deeper into the afternoon, as the track cools off a little bit more, and it's looking like a great afternoon. If you've finished your stints, kick back and open a drink.
Well, you don't want to drink and drive. We'll say that. You also don't want to be squiggling around like that Mazda MX-5, just squiggling around a little bit behind NAB Racing. Thomas Knops is one of the drivers at this point who are trying to get to the finish right now in that 222. You just seen wiggle around. For many competitors, you also want to finish the last race of a season. That's the case for some of these drivers who may have taken some massive, massive beatings today. And taken some massive, massive hits, Nolan, but are still potentially having a shot to come away with a checkered flag to end their campaign.
Oh yes, absolutely. Even if you got a bad race, it's something that you want to make sure that you can definitely finish off strong with. Finishing on the checkered flag in a series like this, I feel like for a lot of teams, it's that sense of completion. Like, it just doesn't feel right ending off a season, in the garage. A lot of people would much rather prefer to end their race crossing the start-finish line, even if it means having a completely torn-up race car. So I feel like that's the case for quite a few teams, like Shipsky Racing right now, whose cars are just, they've looked like they've been through a meat grinder.
Other drivers have been able to keep their cars fairly clean today. NAB Racing able to get by one of the TCRs on screen. Again, the current gap among some of the drivers up to 50 seconds for the class lead. NAB Racing, remember, has had some strong performances this campaign, David. Today, though, they just have not been there. They are currently running in the 6th position. Remember, they started 9th after qualifying. They just never got track position.
Yeah, the race... If you were out of position at the start of this race in the Porsche class, boy, did it not get easy for you after the first couple laps. You remember lap 3 or 4, they were starting to catch Mazda MX-5s and such. So if you were starting this race on the back foot, it was very easy to keep going backwards in that particular class.
Drivers that are trying to get on the front foot. Nagel once again. He's trying to get 4th position right on back of the TCRs. That was one of the drivers we just seen on your screen moments ago. Now, it looks like the 135 taking a bit of a defensive line when Nagel forces his way to the left side. In fact, he'll get a lot of space heading into Senna S. And there's the quicker pace once again prevailing. And the racecraft coming through once again. Nagel back up to 4th position in the class.
German sim racing really not defending a lot at all. You kind of figured, yep, he's going to come on through, so may as well, just let this one happen. So clearly German sim racing not wanting to fight too much. We are approaching that final hour of the season now, just about 15 minutes away from it. So, we are reeling into the point now, Justin, where we are going to the final stages of the race. Do you reckon? Because things have been actually very, very calm for the past, 2 hours, realistically. So do you think that maybe with this final hour coming up, things might begin to pick up all right? Because it looks like right now we're in a very steady rhythm right now.
I think it's a possibility, but usually at this point, this is where the strategy game might come in. David, your thoughts on that point, as we still see the difference in tires, by the way, amongst these two competitors. That's why the pass was so easy here, but your thoughts on what you expect. Do you expect the intensity level to pick up, or do you expect it to stay calm and neutral to the end?
A 4-hour race, we actually see this kind of thing happen pretty often, where some teams, change tires at their first stop, some don't. Some teams take a short fill of fuel earlier, some don't. And it actually, it looks like it's spreading out more than it actually is. We come to the final pit stop, and the teams that are ahead need to take almost a full tank of fuel to get to the end. And some of the teams that looked like they were further behind actually only have a splash of fuel to get to the end. And sometimes after that final pit stop, it all closes up a little bit closer than it looked like through the middle of the race, when all of the different strategies on fuel, on driver swaps, on tires had sort of diverged, and some teams had tried to grab track position, some teams were looking for a shorter stop later in the race, and it kind of sometimes in some races just all comes back together in the final stint. And the way the fuel tanks have looked, for example, the TCR cars and the Porsche cars in the sport class, it's been about 50 minutes we've seen on a tank. So give it 20 minutes, we'll be within that window where teams will stop and get to the end, and maybe we'll see a couple more battles for position emerge.
Speaking of position battles that are starting to emerge, Team Huntingfeld, the 4th place team in the standings provisionally at the moment. They've found a way to get right up to Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. So a difference in part with strategy appears is the reason Team Huntingfeld took 7 seconds less of fuel than Geodesic. They dive to the inside, give the class lead back. It is Ben Glatzel saying hello to the point.
Raf van der Linden getting really close through turns 2 and 3. Now down once again down this very long straightaway. Will there be another look to maybe take the lead of the class back? Both drivers going to look left around Miata, and I think that Miata has just prevented any kind of an overtaking attempt. Van der Linden really deep on the brakes, but got a bit of a less than an optimal exit line. So looks like Van der Linden has lost that class lead, and he will have to settle for second again. Van der Linden does not need to push very hard. All he really has to do is finish the race where he's at, and he has got this championship all wrapped up.
He's in a great position at the moment in this race to try and secure the title at this point. But still, this fight might continue to heat up because, again, Team Huntingfeld, we talked about the difference in fuel totals that can help closing gaps. Again, they took a massive gamble here, trying to really undercut on the fuel here. David, how do you think this is going to swing, though, knowing they have to pit one more time?
Well, you know, it's interesting where the MX-5 cars in the club class don't use much fuel at all, so it doesn't take long to refuel them. The Porsche cars, they're a pretty serious piece of kit. They refuel pretty quickly. These TCR cars look like a serious race car. They are one, but they don't fuel particularly quickly. So you can, across a 4-hour race, save a little bit of fuel and save yourself quite a bit of time on pit lane as well, especially if you're in a pretty close race like some of these cars are for position here, especially for the lead in TCR. We've got one of the rev match cars around though.
And their days just continues to get rough. Their car has a lot of damage, and that time, what happened there, Nolan? Because that car snapped from the top to the bottom to the top.
It almost looked like the car was unsettled under braking, and in fact, that is exactly what happened. The second Rob Titchison touched the brake pedal, that car just shot to the left, and then he overcorrected it while locking the brakes, and that sent the car right back to the right, and then it looks like it actually bounced off the inside wall as well, and that sent them off into the turn 1 tire barriers. But that's something that I haven't seen for a while, is a car just breaking loose under the braking.
That car is still able to keep on going, though, instead of smacking hard to the inside wall, but class difference continues here up at the front here as the strategies continue to play in the hands of many of these competitors. And mind you, too, with these cars, there is the chance, mind you, of different tire strategies. We talked about this a little bit, David, before there was the adjustments to the fuel consumption where drivers might take 2 tires, like front tires or only back tires. How do you factor that in at this point of the race if you're trying the strategies? Because there's the chance of these cars may have taken, say, 4 tires versus 2 in this mix.
Yeah, well, we do have 3 classes of cars, and they don't all follow exactly the same rules for their pit stop procedures. That's what's kind of unique about it. The TCR cars can have fuel put in while they're changing tires. The Porsches can't. So one of the things you see happen sometimes for the TCR cars is they're coming towards a pit stop. They know how much fuel they need to take, and they're thinking, well, in the time it takes to add half a tank of fuel, we can change 2 tires, but we can't change all 4 tires in that time. And of course, the Audi TCR car, like all models of TCR car, front wheel drive uses up those front tires a lot more than it uses up the rear tires. The front tires are accelerating, they're braking, they're turning. The rear tires are just there along for the ride. So sometimes we see in some of these pit stops the teams take fuel, and only front tires on the TCR car not a strategy call we see in the other classes of car very often, because they use up the tyres a little bit more squarely, and in the Porsches you either don't take tyres or you take all 4 tyres, is generally the way that it is done. But yeah, the TCR cars, through their unique pit stop rules and being turbocharged front-wheel drive with a handbrake, perfect Macca's skiddy machines, sometimes 2 tyres is the strategy.
And you're seeing right now the geodesic machine losing ground at this point in this battle by a decent margin. And still having to let by some faster cars here. Now it's going to become major questions as well of what they elect to do on their final strategy call. Remember, for some of these teams, they've been able to stretch a decent amount of time for each lap. Still a ways to go in this one here on RacespotTV and the iRacing Esports Network as we still follow along with the 142 machine. And Nolan, what are some of the things you feel we should keep in mind for this final hour of racing today, as a lot of the championships we are close to clinched or in very decent positions to be clinched or just about clinched provisionally? Your thoughts into the final hour?
Well, at the moment, there really isn't a whole lot to say. You know, this race has just been progressing so calmly, and everything's been very, very orderly. You know, it's been very tame, actually, for a ClubSport Series race. You know, we're used to all the fireworks showing up around this time in some of the other races, such as Brands Hatch, Mosport, even Barcelona was like this. So it's one of those cases where we really need to kind of maybe look out for some late race fireworks. But for now, I don't really have a whole lot to say. Everything's been just very, very orderly for this one.
Very orderly since the chaotic first 30 minutes where we've seen multiple cars have contact. Some end off their days in lap number 3, and many others now continue to flow on the race. Let's go to a RaceSpot fan immersion as we follow along board with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. It's time for some TCR sounds here on the RacespotTV and iRacing Esports Network. final on board with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing as they try and chase back down Team Blinkenfeld in the final hour of the Club Sport Series season. Justin Prince alongside Nolan Rampo, David Haynes, Hero Lees and the director saying for today's race, things continue to take a calming pattern for the time being before the pit stop window opens back up. Other drivers look to turn that calming period into a popcorn portion of the race. In fact, Autotech trying to make a move on Racecraft Esports push. They're pushing over the curbs that time by here, Nolan. Some good battling amongst this track right now to try and battle for the last valuable points of the season.
They absolutely are, so it seems like this battle for ninth is finally starting to pick up again in your TCR class. One thing to note, while we were away and under that fan immersion, Jean-Philippe Gendron for the 22 Gold Racing Team Machine was black flagged for avoidable contact, I believe, back on lap 78. So that was your second place driver that has been slapped with a 30-second stop-and-go penalty, which I believe has already been served. So a bit unfortunate there for Jean-Philippe Gendron. He's not really going to be able to go for the lead now, is he?
He's actually in the pit box right now, in fact, in the 22 car. 30-second total penalty for them. And this is just before the pit stop window opens, so this can really scramble how things go for their strategy. Already down to fourth on the pylon at this point. They get fifth as they get passed by the huge-ass machine who really put up a lot of smoke puffs, locking up the tires in the corner. So, David, your team so far has had some interesting swings as a member of that team. Your thoughts on how your teammates have been doing? And be honest.
Well, it's not a huge ass if it's not shaking back and forth, so that's clearly what my team members have been aiming for across all classes in this race. I mean, you know, the point situation for the TCR car was pretty bleak coming into this race. You know, for the Porsche, a good result might have found us in the top three. Really, I think the focus for the guys was probably in the club class. But yeah, I mean, a top five to round out the season. You know, you start something like this, you commit to it. You want to see yourself finish it strong.
Currently, that car is up to fourth position, +2 from the drop of the green flag. It's taking some bumps and beans, and now it continues to try and work its way towards the final pit stop. Again, it's had to take some extra service. It's been domination station, though, for the 61 because of some of the different strategies and some of the bad luck, including to that car behind them, Hell Racers. Gulbranson has now lapped his way up to the whole field. That was the car in second.
Well, I'm pretty sure at this point, Justin, if Kenneth Gulbranson did not have that championship secured before, he's kind of got it secured now. That's Marcus Simonson in the Hellraiser machine right behind him, which is second place. And well, the way it sits right now, we are pretty sure that Hella Media would still definitely be top of the point standings at the end of all this. So at this point, all Gulbranson has to do, finish the race in one piece. He could probably spin out a good 2-3 times yet with no damage, and he would still be ahead and with the points lead.
I don't think you want to trigger that curse. Remember, there's something called the red line curse where they've had massive leads, crashed the car, still somehow won or crashed early on, ended up having flips at least 7 times. You don't want to trigger a curse for that respective team today. Full Send Racing, meanwhile, looks to full send his way up to 12th spot on the track.
Yeah, so I mean, the TCR class making up, well, it's the most numerous class, the class with the most entries, so of course that is going to lead itself to a lot more close racing in the mid-pack, deeper in the race. It's just mathematics. You throw more darts at a board, some of them are going to end up closer to each other, and that is a Tokyo drift right there. The tail sliding out, leaving 2 long black marks, and the only way to save it in a car like this is point the car where you want it to go with the steering wheel and mash that loud pedal, just managing to keep it on the paved stuff there. But that is sending it into turn 1 very, very deep.
And for Van Loan, he may have taken a loan out of the lucky jar today on that slide. Still going up in front of them, by the way. Real Pixel Motorsport having a let by RacespotTV ClubSport and pass by an MX-5 at the same time. Able to get through quickly and cleanly this time as the gap continues to now spread just a little bit between those two positions. Real Pixel Motorsport still trying to keep within the slipstream, though, of the 177, who is really all over the track in a moment.
Indeed, so it seems like some drivers still having some minor struggles, so that MRC machine is still, Rudolf Nagel still trying to break free at this point from Jean-Philippe Weed in that Real Pixel Motorsport machine. I'm pretty sure we will not be complaining, though, with the extra little bit of fuel economy. They are going to look left around James Sharp in one of those Movano sim racing teams.
Now at this point, though, David, many of these drivers are starting to approach their green light point where they can maybe come down for fuel in just a couple laps. When do you come down if you're in a lot of these situations now as a team?
Well, if you are still going to take a set of tyres, you come down the minute that window opens so you can get on a new set of tyres as early as possible, push towards the end. If you took tyres at the last stop and you just need a splash of fuel to get to the end, you probably go as long as you can until you absolutely have to pit, then take that splash of fuel and go to the end, so that on average, on balance, your car is as light as possible, because weight always will cost you time around a racetrack. So I think it really depends on how many pit stops you needed in your strategy, what service you took at your last stop. You will see some teams maybe jumping in the minute that window opens, the minute that button turns purple on their JRT window. We might see some others run it till there's 15 minutes left and then just take that splash of fuel, that little splash to get them to the end.
Your thoughts, Nolan, on that?
That could be the case right now. Of course, we are at the time now where if you wanted to go for a full fuel service for the final one and, run from a full tank empty to the end, a couple minutes from now would be the time to do it. But from what we've been seeing, it looks like, thereabouts around 50 to 40 minutes to go. That's when we can expect to see some more drivers coming down, because really throughout this race, 50 minutes per run, that's kind of been the average across the entire field when it comes to, these pit windows.
It has for a lot of these classes as the MX-5 you see on your screen. That's by a lot of the traffic. Again, Movano Sim Racing's second car has shown good performance today. They started off the season well, then car went in, turned into a little bit of adjusting for the mid-season, let's just say that, in the garage area. Came back out of the garage area for this finale, and now they have a chance of coming away with a big-time victory. And one of the main things we're talking about, David, throughout today's preparations is Movano Sim Racing team, known for being one of the best MX-5 organizations in all of the service. Today, it's going to be a decent race for them overall. Let's just say for this car, their other car, the 289, has had a lot of bad luck.
Well, yeah, Movano have taken a bunch of wins in other MX-5 series, including Big C's MX-5 Challenge, and they've obviously from time to time had some very, very strong showings in this championship as well. Is the championship within reach? Well, it's a bit out of their hands at this point, you would think, but the 298 has obviously done a very, very solid job given the competition that they face. They've got a lead of 51 seconds and then 2 minutes over third place, which is more than a lap. So there's only 2 cars in their class on the same lap as them, and that speaks to, I guess, the pace they've had, the strategy they've ran, and just how head and shoulders their 1 lap pace and their stint lengths have been over everyone else in this car.
Now, this 298 machine specifically ran the first 2 rounds of the season, didn't record points at Mosport, didn't run at Barcelona and Phillip Island, then returned here today. They came away with the victory at Okayama to start the season, and also their 289 machine had won 3 of 4 races in the middle portion of the season. That's how strong this team has been, but consistency has been was one of the main reasons this team came in behind both their cars for one reason or another, especially the 289. Behind Hugh Jackson, the championship coming into today. Remember, 150 total points was max recorded 2 times by the 289 car. in the 4-hour formats this season, Nolan.
Well, not just that, but the reason why they fell back so far for the 289 was because at Mosport, they scored, how many points did they score? Well, it was exactly 0. So
yes,
they lost out on a lot of points there. So it shows missing one race, it can be detrimental to your championship. And that one race might have been what lost them out, which is a real shame in all honesty, because that Movano team has been really strong all season. If you remember Okoyama, they'd actually registered with the wrong car numbers. They had to start from the pits, and they still came back and finished 1-2, lapping everybody in their class. It was absolutely unbelievable. Battle is on, though, in your Porsche class between one of the huge-ass cars, and I believe it's one of the Fisher Motorsport machines.
Alex Cofford falls behind one position. That's Kyle Burney, making the pass that time for 7th. And that 84 machine now looks to try and use the potential TCR traffic up the road as picks to separate themselves out. Still a decent way up the road, though, to their teammates, the 85, for Aaron DePoy, though, by at least a good couple turns. But remember, David, this is one of the teams that really shook things up early, where they pit about 3 to 5 laps earlier than any of us expected, have been on that cycle all race long, and are now in a situation where they might open up the pit window here.
Yeah, there's some very different strategies going on for the Porsches, no doubt. It started at the first pit stop where some took tyres, some didn't. Coffard, in theory, has taken his final pit stop and his fuel to get to the end. Fisher Motorsport here and Kyle Burney much quicker on some slightly newer tyres. But that car, I think, still going to need a splash of fuel to get to the end. Maybe 10 laps of fuel. That's about a third of a tank, but that is still going to mean you're going to need to enter pit lane, slow down to the pit lane speed limit, come to a stop in your box, take that service, and then get back up to speed again. Even if it's only, goodness, 8 or 9 seconds of fuel. I'd say if 27 seconds is a full fill in those Porsches, then the third of the tank that I think the Fisher car is going to need is just 9 seconds stopped in the box to get that splash to the end.
German Sim Racing Cyan just came out of their pit box for comparison's sake, so drivers are coming down, mind you. It was just referred to the huge-ass machine. You see in the backdrop in that yellow and blue machine is one of the drivers who also have come down. So the window is open for some of these drivers here in this event. Keeping an eye on some of the air battles at this moment to enter the different cycles amongst these drivers at this point. Artifact Racing, we've seen some of their battles, for example. Want to give a shout out actually to Dirk Fetterman, who is someone actually more seen, I remember, from the MX-5 side of things, and that car is now currently running in 15th in the class. Glad to see him back in a race car today.
Absolutely. So Dirk Fetterman once again back into one of those TCRs. So he has been having probably not the best day he wanted to have either. Down in 15th place in class right now out of well, thereabouts 25 or so. So he is in the bottom half for that TCR class. So touch unfortunate, but you know, despite that car is looking pretty clean thus far, despite some of the complications that other drivers have had elsewhere.
Yeah, for Fetterman specifically, he only has 1 season appearance on the campaign. That was in round number 4. This is his 2nd appearance as a driver for this team. As some more of the TCRs have come down to the pit lane. VEC Sim Racing just finished their service. Also coming out of the pit lane, Sim RC ClubSport, who will come around here side by side to these drivers coming up at this point. The interesting thing, though, by the way, to get back to the discussion point with Huge Ass and their pit stop, but it's going to get interesting to see how the pit stop strategy goes for some of these teams, because there's the potentials for some of the cars across the entire grid to think about trying to think of seconds instead of gallons, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we've just seen a pit stop from Hell Racers, who were in 2nd place. 25 seconds of fuel for them. So that is most of a full tank. They must have taken a splash a little bit earlier, but they're back out on track. They're fueled to get to the end, and they're trying to double stint those tyres to get to the end. I feel like I'm always the guy who gives the weather update, the weatherman in the commentary box here, but we started at a track temperature in qualifying of 57 degrees Celsius. You'd burn your hand putting it down on that kind of pavement. If you were walking barefoot, you'd end up with blisters on the soles of your feet with that kind of track temperature. Now, it's a far more leisurely 33 degrees Celsius, so those teams that are saving some of these double stints to the right at the end of the race probably going to enjoy it a little bit more than the teams who didn't take tyres at their first stop.
Right now, the weather conditions, by the way, partly cloudy with the chance of extra cloudiness. 81 degrees is the air temp Fahrenheit, 92 degrees is the track temp. Winds are currently blowing to the north. That is with a headwind wind for the drivers making their way down this front straightaway. For more weather updates, be sure to go to RacespotTV. In all seriousness, still 44 minutes to go in the circuit.
So we are now in the final hour of this race, and not just for the race, but rather for the season. So, it really has come down to this, and, despite things, we were thinking maybe things could start heating up a little bit more in the final hour, but so far in the first quarter of this last hour, there has not been a whole lot to note about. Again, this has been a very, very calm race by club sport standards compared to how the rest of the season has gone. Everybody's been very respectful. Everybody's been, really taking it nice and slow, and with a lot of these championship battles now a lot more secured, shall we say, it is kind of worth noting that there hasn't been a whole lot to discuss in the previous times.
And we just had an undercut call from Raf van der Linden and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. The TCR leader electing to pit early. He's off and away. Their service 25.6 seconds inside the box. That now puts the ball in Team Hoijnveld's court. They did go up on the Jaxus 142 for a moment.
Yeah, a pit stop that amount of time, but with the car going up on the jacks, looks like front tyres only then for Geodesic Racing. So that'll certainly help them turning the car into the corners and putting the power down on the exit. Those rear tyres just don't get worn out like the front tyres do on a TCR car.
Indeed. By the way, position battle for 6th overall continues. Make it 5th because Aaron DePoy still trying to close in. Has already had 4 total pit stops on the race. So has SlowRacing.com. Problem is, Tom Van Put needs to stay put on his line, and does as he lets by one of the Porsches. The second one still has to go as he tries to hold on to the line.
This is not going to be good for Aaron DePoy, who's trying to find a way around the outside of Tom Van Put. And, Van Put not really doing him a whole lot of favors now. Going to move to the outside, but they are going to be side by side through one of those other 2 hairpins. So that's allowed Thomas Ertzen to get a little more of a gap pulled out here over DePoy, who is going to have a little bit of work ahead of him to try to reel him in.
And by the way, we're just getting this information. Just 2 sets of rears used for Geodesic Racing in their car today in the TCR. So there's the tire strategy coming in, David.
Yeah, so of the, 4 or 5 pit stops they've made so far, let me look, 4 pit stops. On one of those stops, they changed the rear tires. On 3 of them, they said, nah, leave them be. They'll be fine. So, you don't want to waste time on pit lane, and if you're not wearing out those rear tires, then don't replace them.
So they've been able to preserve the tires, especially in the second half of the race. Other teams, remember, were saying when it was very, very hot, we're lighting up the tires in the 40s and 50 percentile point range for their respective cars. So Alpine Stars able to keep the tires well enough to try and get the strategy to work. Keep an eye on when these next drivers do duck down, because Team Hoijnveld is going longer on this stint at the moment. They've also had Real Pixel Motorsport come in. We're still seeing Raf van der Linden continue to make his way around the racetrack. By the way, the battle is still going on for 5th overall on the racetrack, still within 4 to 5 car lengths.
again, with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing going a little bit longer on the stint, we got to also make sure to remember on that, though, that well, the case with this is that they might have to spend less time on the lane when they do come down for their final stops. And that's going to be one of those other things that we're going to have to kind of keep our eyes on to see how this one will be able to play out. So it's going to be interesting to see what they'll be able to make work out of this one.
Very interesting to see what will happen here. By the way, the pace for this car in this race today, right now, 1:43.5s. They started in hot conditions with 1:42.9s as their quickest pace today. That's how much the tires are factoring a little bit. However, they're also 0.3 quicker at the moment, give or take, than the car in front. Team Hoichenfeld is quicker by them by about a second.
And the TCR cars can be pretty draft sensitive as well. So right at the start of the race, even if the track is hot, if you're in a good pack and there's no traffic and you're just pulling a toe off the car in front, that's pulling a toe off the car in front of them, that's pulling a toe off the car in front of them, the long run up the hill from Junsao, over the pit straight and all the way up the hill, long full throttle blast there, that toe can be worth half a second a lap. I don't want to say a second a lap, but maybe approaching that. So even with how hot the track was at the start of the race, the first couple of laps are much more optimal for setting a quick lap than right now, because at this very start of the race you had a lot of cars in front of you to pull a slipstream off and not a lot of multi-class traffic. But as we saw 3.5 hours ago, almost as it is now, that only lasted 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, that's great to bring up there as TCR interclass traffic starts to go side by side still. Geodesic is the car here you see trying to make the move, and yes indeed, got to make the move. Alvarez gives him the space. SROC Racing has ducked down this time by Project GT. Heinz.de also in. Just in front of, just as you've seen there, Gold Racing Team Red had really locked up the brakes and all of that. Meanwhile, P6 is starting to scrap.
So that battle for 6th place has closed in for your TCR class. So it's again going to be one of those cases. So this is going to be between Fraser Smith and Julian Ogen for the full send race into German sim racing machines, sitting about 4/10 thereabouts right now. So trying to look up the inside with German sim racing Sion machine. That was a pretty big look from them.
Yeah, you see the swing right there. Remember, Sion opened up the pit window for the TCR. So they do have a bit of a different cycle. These drivers are on the same pit stop delta total, though, on the race. Fraser Smith still in the car in front. Julian Ogen in the car behind. We're 6th in the TCR class. They will pass by the race leader for the TCRs because Team Hoichenfeld is in the lane.
Yeah, looks like Sven Gletzel still going to stay behind the wheel. You see that car up in the jacks right now. It's been about 15 seconds on the lane. It's still getting fueled, presumably, to go to the end. We'll see if this is a pit stop that's limited by the fueling time or by the tyre time. But that is 24.7 seconds. The car drops down and it gets away. I think they're fueled to get to the end. They've taken a set of front tyres there. Where are they going to be compared to Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, who pitted 4 laps earlier?
Coming out of the pit
Geo
lane.
is still behind.
That is a massive gap, in fact. My goodness. Team Hoichenfeld able to come out by a large margin as the fight for 6th continues. Team Hoichenfeld, with the masterclass strategy, is pulled away by a decent margin. This battle is spread apart, meanwhile, to 0.7 of a second.
This is something that we've actually seen, from Hoichenfeld as well, even at Barcelona. They are really, really good at timing their pit strategies. They did the exact same thing in the Forest of Barcelona. So it seems that these much longer 4-hour races, they really tend to know how to work them well to their advantage. So Hoichenfeld looking very secure to get this race done. And, one thing that helped the German sim racing machine get closer was Fraser Smith took a little slide through turn number 4, managed to keep it going, and, the German sim racing machine taking a little excursion into the blue stuff there on the exit of one of those corners, and now onto this long straight once again. Thing is, Fraser Smith is actually able to use Marcel Unger from the Real Pixel Motorsport machine right ahead of him as a little bit of a drafting partner here.
And this is going to be interesting if he can get enough of a tow. Fraser Smith already up by 7 car lengths. That is not for position. The car that will be now used as the sandwich meat, that is Marcel Unger, who will become the meat inside the 2 TCR bread. Still trying to use the slipstream though is German Sim Racing Simon. Not enough time, not enough closed in that time by.
No, not in this battle that is sort of, well,
trouble for the
now.
103 machine. Just a spin coming off the pit exit. The first one in race conditions today. Team Vikings is stuck in the middle of the pit exit. Finally gets going after losing grip going down the hillside.
Ooh, that's a bit of an embarrassing mistake right there. It's definitely not the most difficult mistake to make, but still, you don't feel very good on the inside when that happens, as they had to execute about a 5-6 point turn there to get that car facing the right direction. Somehow they did keep it out of everybody, so that is the good news there, but a little bit of an amateur mistake, you would say.
What, you don't make the squiggly line turn in real life all the time?
I've got a very fair point there.
That was sarcasm, by the way. Also, by the way, pit stops continue now for the sport class. Team Howie Media is down in the lane. Nab Racing also down in the lane. Slow Racing. You can see they have swapped spots with Fisher Motorsport. DePoy now trying to run away from Ertzen at the moment before they have their cars continuing to zip around. They do have a couple other TCRs up the road, and you can see just how big the pace difference is. Last time by, 1.7 seconds quicker was DePoy.
Yep, and I think that is once again tyres where there was a set of tyres put on the Fisher car at the last pit stop. Not the case for Slow Racing. Both of them though still need one more pit stop to get to the end, and as it is right now, looks like the Fisher Motorsport car might also be carrying more fuel as well, so a shorter pit stop to get to the end because they've still got a little bit more in reserve at the moment. So you look at the track position, you look at the strategy and the tyres underneath them, and also the amount of time left to fill their cars for their final stop. Looks like Fisher Motorsport have the upper hand in this battle on all 3 counts.
I definitely agree with this at this point. The Fisher Motorsport machines have been pretty quick. They just fell down the pecking order early with the undercut. Now they're trying to get underneath Graphite Racing, who made things very squicky. Able to squeeze his way on through that time like a sponge. They still have to get by Glatzo, however, up in front of him than Team Honchenveld in the 148.
And DePoy now right on the back of that 140 machine, and Glatzel not going to be staying wide, going to be hugging that racing line. So will DePoy look for the inside? He will, and gets all sorts of checked up as he tried to get around him. Now he's going to be able to finally get through that pass as they enter Jung Chao. And now Thomas Ertzen, can he make something work of this at the corner? Honchenveld runs wide, almost onto the grass, but so far so good for them. So Honchenveld gets things collected, and Ertzen now cleared to run down Aaron DePoy. Will he be close enough to make the move into turn number 1 as they throttle their way past the pit wall and down this front straightaway? He's going to make for the look. Will he be on the brakes? Oh, just barely backs out of it.
Yeah, and Ertzen is not giving this up easy, not even close at this point. But the more they fight, the more they'll lose ground. Trouble behind them! The 60 machine for Team Howie Media has been slammed into the Armco by Graphite Racing. And the woes continue for the second car for Team Howie Media.
Replay right now happened behind where we were looking. The Graphite car sideways. You have to say the number 60, an innocent party there as the 193 Graphite Racing car lost it through turn 1, couldn't gather it back up and pinched down there. So the rear giving way for Graphite halfway through the corner, and they just couldn't flip the car back the direction they wanted. Now more dramas for that 60.
Yeah, that 60 is pulled in the tow truck. Graphite Racing took a lot of time. And you might have noticed just the edge of the replay shots there, the 298 also spun around in the lead for the club class. So, crazy scenarios. Right side, if you're a fan of Movano Racing, still a big gap over what a sim racing team, especially since Well, the Sim Racing team hit at that time, and the 298 hit 2 laps ago. So still, Slow Racing looks to fight. Oh wow, Kyle Birdie is closing into the 84 behind him.
It's absolutely so. This battle still very much on right now, so we're going to continue to keep our eyes on this battle, and there it is. Thomas Erzen down to the pit lane, getting the back end, stepped out as he approached that pit line. But that is going to be down to the lane, going to obviously lose a couple spots as he has come down for his final stop of the day with just under 30 minutes left to go.
So that's a 5th pit stop being taken there now by Slow Racing, as they'll have to take their service to get to the end on the fuel and breaks up the position battle for the time being. Still under 30 minutes to go on the clock, still a lot of racing to go, and most of the championships in very calm space if you are a fan of Team Halley Media and the 61 machine, a fan of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in the 142, or a fan of Huge Ass Mazda in the 237. All 3 drivers in scenarios where they can potentially clinch provisionally with where they're currently running. As long as the 61 doesn't run off into the grass and go to Narnia, the car's going to be okay.
Yeah, that's a concern, entering the wardrobe and traveling to a different kingdom. Not what you want to do with 28 minutes left in the race. You've got to keep yourself firmly grounded, keep your focus, and keep your laps clean. Make sure that your tyres are going to last till the end. Keep an eye on the fuel, or have your teammate keep an eye on the fuel if that's how you want to do it. Yeah, the 61 car, stark contrast to their teammates in the number 60. It is famine and feast for Halley Media, where one car is getting a taste of victory. They can see it for them, and the other car on the tow hook.
Yeah, it's been a tale of 2 wardrobes today for that organization with orange and black cars. The best of the best. Have been able to keep the cars clean all day, even in adversity and trouble, and the 61 has done that. Now they'll try and get around Graphite Racing. That's the same car. No, that's the sister car, I should rather say, the 192 and Van Put. That lets them on go. The 193 was the one in trouble, as Gobrenson now finds some clean space. He'll have enough room to breathe for about another 5-10 minutes or so, potentially, before he reaches a train of TCRs and MX-5s in the next little bit.
Yes, indeed. So, still looking pretty secure there for Gil Branson with that spot in the lead. Of course, he does have every single driver in this field 1 lap down, which is going to help out significantly. Your Movano field is still looking very secure as well. Obviously, Milan Radiojevic in that Movano car for the 298, still having a good race for himself out there. He's, I think, about a lap up from all the drivers in his own field as well.
Indeed, it's been that type of a day for Movano Sim Racing, even in adversity, even with penalties, even with contact on the pit lane. Their team is still in position for a 1-4 finish in the final 27 minutes of action for the ClubSport Series season. Let's go on a race spot fan immersion with the 298 machine as Movano Sim Racing looks to take home another victory for the trophy case. You've been following along with the adventures of Movado Sim Racing in their Miata as they continue to lead by a significant margin over Huge Jazz Mazda as these drivers make their way to the checkered flag in under 20 minutes. Justin Prince alongside Owen Rempel, David Hanks, Hugo Ruiz in the director's seat for today's action. Nice and calming was that drive, so to speak, for that Mazda MX-5. But now the battles are slowly starting to heat up, including between teammates, because remember the teammates for Fisher Motorsport were referring to the close-in by the 84? The 84 saying hello to Deploy's back bumper at the moment in the middle of Sector 2.
Indeed, so it seems like some a little bit of bumper cars going on elsewhere on the track as well right now, with of course that battle for 6th place is still very much close together and still able to keep it on up. But this time it is of course Fisher Motorsport teammates that are racing together, so you wonder if they're going to be racing either more respectfully around each other or maybe a bit more harder. Of course, when it comes to teammates, it can really go either way.
David, you're part of a team. What's kind of your team's philosophy when it comes to teammates racing one another?
Probably not the wisest way to approach it compared to other teams, but what we've got here is a green and white car versus the white and green car of Fisher Motorsport. Both of them pitted on the same lap 4 laps ago. Both of them took fuel only. So I guess they've decided either they're going to entertain themselves and scrap it out to the end, or they're going for the formation finish, get a nice photo for the end of the championship. I don't know if they're going for the end of school year photo here, or their siblings going to draw blood.
I don't know either at this point. Speaking of drivers nearly drawing blood and nearly bumping fenders, the battle going on for 22nd overall has also been heating up. This is the 112 and the 110. Real Pixel Motorsport was able to get a bit of separation because of the Miata that you see in the backdrop for Huge Jazz. SROC Racing lost a little bit of ground because of that, but they had been closing in. 4/10 was gained last time, and by the way, they also have a car 1 lap ahead to slipstream off of here.
Absolutely, and the car they're slipstream off of is actually Lucas Dolter in the Sim RC ClubSport machine. So this is going to help Jean-Philippe Weed out massively here, because he's actually much closer to Dolter than he is to Baird. So Baird is going to be on the losing end of this one, not able to get as beneficial of a draft with Weed being able to pull away. And Jean-Philippe Weed, he is actually not electing to pass Lucas Dolter either, and this could be for a couple reasons. The obvious one being, well, Lucas Dolter is of course a lap ahead, but not just that, the fact that Jean-Philippe Weed, while behind, can actually do a little bit of fuel saving here. Not just that, he can also continue to maybe use the momentum from Dolter to maybe continue to pull away from Dame Baird.
Here's the difference in the strategies, by the way. The SROC Racing machine you see on board, they took in total in their pit stop service, David, 51.6 seconds. Real Pixel Motorsport seems to be on the strategy we've seen from some of the leaders, where they elected to take fuel and/or take only 2 tires, went off and away. So there's that major difference there between these tire strategies at this point, and where some of that pace differential might be coming in. However, SROC Racing is losing time because of this traffic.
Yeah, I hope that the front tires and the rear tires are the same, because otherwise there's going to be a lot of spare rear tires for a TCR car left at the end of this race. But certainly it does sound like SROC took all 4 at their last pit stop, compared to the dominant strategy that a lot of teams are going for, only front tires for the TCR car. They feel like that's where they're losing out the time, is when the front tires wear in. So fronts only for a lot of the pit stops in the TCR class. SROC not closing this gap down to Real Pixel in front. Real Pixel definitely still staying with Sim RC.
Yes, indeed, right here. And that's actually allowing Baird to lose ground to the back end. This past time by 4/10 quicker was Real Pixel Motorsport in this fight for position. And as this race reaches its exciting climax in the next few minutes, they only have about 9 laps to go. 8 to go this time by. If you're a TCR, that's not a good way to gain time. Nearly outbraking himself in the back end of Dolzer. And now the battle's back on, and there goes his slipstream buddy.
Indeed, so Dame Baird has just been cut a little bit of a break there by Jean-Philippe Weed, losing the back end of that trap. The back end stepping out a little bit more through turn number 6, and they've got a couple of Porsches. In fact, they got your Fisher Motorsport battle, which has split up on its own, coming up behind them as well. So some more traffic coming up, which could again play a hand into if this battle will tighten up further or if it'll just end up growing further and further apart.
That's the major question amongst these drivers at this point. You see a lot of wheel being put in by Baird to get around these corners at the moment. It starts to eat a little bit of the curbing as well as these drivers look to try and keep the red box together if you're the car on chase. Problem is, there's the battle for Fisher Motorsport that's decided to say hello instead.
Yeah, indeed. One gets through before Junsao, the other one has to wait. This puts 2 siblings, dare I say, a little bit further apart than they were before, but it's still underneath the second. And what about the traffic in towards turn 1? I think Aaron Dupuy there is trying to put a little bit of traffic here, there, where he came between Kyle Burney, but he's gone very deep into turn 1, lost himself a whole bunch of time. Now Burney is far closer than he was just 2 corners ago.
And Dolzer really humped the safer barrier to try and let the cars go, and all of a sudden, here comes Real Pixel Motorsports drafting buddy again. All while there's a massive cushion and a bit of a shot behind them. Project GT just about turned around Sim RC, had to slam on the brakes to not destroy the TCR.
It got awfully close, let me tell you that. So things are definitely still picking up. We got under 15 minutes to go, so we are now in the final quarter of the final hour of the season. So this is it. You got 12 minutes left in your season. If you want to go for position, now's the time to do it. Now is the time where you really need to push.
Indeed, and if you're some of these drivers, you might be looking to see red, whether it's inside your car or trying to focus on the target and task at hand for position. As the 2 Fisher Motorsport machines still continue to work together here. Dupuy still leading this grouping. Now he's trying to break the slipstream from his own teammate. Bernie trying to get this draft right on back as they now go past the start and finish line this time by. They'll have an estimated 8 laps to go. Here comes the run, and Bernie's electing to save a bit. He actually let off the gas really early down the straight.
Yeah, you saw that very, very plainly. Big roll out of the throttle, 50 feet, 100 feet more before the normal braking zone. He's still going to stay right in behind his teammate. I don't imagine there's any fuel dramas. Both of them pitted on the same lap, took the same amount of fuel. I think Bernie just didn't think he was close enough for the move right there. Closes up a bit more on the way into turn 4 though. Suddenly traffic in front of them once again. If Bernie was looking for an opportunity, it was probably into turn 1 then. We'll see when another time comes knocking.
You don't want to shunt off your teammate at all off the racetrack as the TCR breaks this up a little bit. That was VEC Sim Racing that they had to get on by. That lost them a little bit of time, not too much time. But there's still plenty of traffic here, though, no one that can break up this battle amongst the teammates, whether it's from mistakes or traffic management, because up the road there are a grand total of about 3 TCRs and a Mazda MX-5 that they'll be reaching in the next couple laps.
Indeed, so this battle is still far from over, and I feel like right now Kyle Burney, obviously as a racer, you're going to want to go for whatever position you can possibly get. But if it's your teammate, you've got to make sure that it's executed cleanly. That is going to be one thing, and I think that's why Burney, thought he couldn't have done it, because I can guarantee if that was any other car, Burney probably would have made that lunge in turn 1 on the last time through, but not in his teammate, probably because they weren't already alongside each other. So Bernie's definitely playing it very safe here, trying to make sure he doesn't wipe out his teammate. You wonder if it's going to be like that still when we get around to the last lap of the race.
Curious to that as well, as this is one of the closer battles on the racetrack. amongst many red boxes that are popping up amongst these competitors should know. So it could be interesting here to see what happens amongst these competitors for this checkered flag. Waves across the racetrack, about 6 estimated laps to go this upcoming time by. David, final moments of the season, your thoughts on this action as we approach the final laps of the season?
I mean, you know, what a great championship overall to have the Porsche Cup cars, to have the TCR cars and the Mazda MX-5 Cup cars all in a championship together. It's been interesting at times. It's been you know, hectic, but they're also cars that work relatively well together because they're a similar speed through the corners, but the faster cars are faster down the straight. So, you know, an interesting championship. ClubSport and DGFX have, you know, continued to tweak this one season after season. A little bit of door-to-door contact, everyone gets on through there. But you know, we saw the Radical getting replaced with the TCR car, and I think that's been a good change for this season and put on a good show.
I have to agree, it's put on a great show because the TCRs, in my opinion, have brought some of the best racing I've seen road course wise on the service, especially when they're short runs together with one another. They bring some eventful moments. Bit of an eventful moment for the 153 machine with the lock up of the brakes from Racecraft, but which teams really stood out to you this campaign, Nolan, this season, that ended up, in your opinion, breaking out or potentially putting a good spotlight on themselves?
Well, I think for sure Hointenfeld has been very, very good when it came to the longer races. They've been able to absolutely come out and maximize on their fuel strategy to come away and get the win, get what they needed to do. Because remember, they got 145. Sorry, they got, you know, while they weren't present for Okayama Brands Hatch, they did win Mosport. They also, I believe, won Barcelona. They won Phillip Island. So they've gone three races back to back to back. They're looking for 4 in a row here. So Hointenfeld has definitely been one of the TCRs that has been putting a really good show on ever since they joined the season at Mosport.
Your broadcaster's perspective. Also, from David, from your perspective as a broadcaster and a team manager / key team role member, what's really stood out to you in terms of team performances this season?
Kind of a loaded question to ask me, I guess.
That isn't your team.
But yeah, you know, this is obviously a championship that attracts some new teams, attracts some drivers who might not have had this kind of racing on their radar very long. But also some more established teams, you know, Movano, Geodesic, Hoisingfeld in this competition as well. So it really does, it is definitely a format that highlights the team performance and the strategy aspect by having the reduced fuel tank sizes, meaning there's more pit stops to work around and figure out, you know, we're trying to work with a 4-stop race here rather than a 1-stop race kind of thing as well. So I think it's just a format that really does everything it can to bring the endurance racing strategy into play, but in an accessible format, and that's what we've seen.
Indeed. By the way, we're also seeing SROC Racing. They've fallen actually back into a battle for 11th because Michael Scholaks has been able to close that up. A really deep break again. And it looks like the 151 actually going to make the grip stick this time. One of the AM teams we have talked about this season that has had some rough moments today, but has been one of the better amateur teams in the TCR's all campaign. And look at how much Baird is trying to hug the curbs to try not allow anything. And now, here comes the train of GT3s.
Zondab Racing's Marco Darius flashing the lights, not too pleased that Michael Schlax was holding them all up. And this is a massive train indeed. And you can see Dane Baird is not doing these Porsches any favors either. One of the cars sideways in the back, that's Jeffrey Garzado. Their day of woes will continue as Garzado goes into the barriers from P number 9 overall for one of the Gold Race Team white machines. So unfortunate for them, but keeping our eyes currently up front on this TCR 5, which has definitely been completely annihilated by the lap traffic.
And by the way, the 22, the Gold Racing Team red card and insult to injury also had to come down to the pit lane, and they're currently in the stalls right now. So at the exact same time, one car has to make a stop, the other car gets involved in an incident. By the way, that scrap that was involved in that is for second place on the podium today. NAB Racing, they found their way in front of Hell Racers with some of the strategy today, able to have a shorter pit stop in terms of the fuel, but now Hell Racers wants to get second.
Yeah, that's what we saw coming through the traffic there. You know, Marco Derrick's flashing the lights, not wanting to lose any time working his way through the traffic, and then Marcus Simonson also being a little bit impatient coming through on Gold Racing Team there. Might have given just a little bit of a tap at a very sensitive time in a very sensitive place there. So that's because they're in this battle here with 3 laps to go. I think the Hell Racers car might be slightly quicker, but it's going to come down to who's making time and who's losing time through the traffic. NAB Racing put one more car between themselves and Hell Racers. It's 1.5 seconds now. It was 2.5 seconds about a lap ago. Marcus Simonson on a final couple of laps charge.
And these cars continue to fight at this point as they continue to scrap. And there's now been a mechanical black flag given a Gold Racing Team white. They've had mechanical problems after the contact. Now both the GRT cars are off the racetrack in the final stage of this race. Heartbreaking for them to end their season like that. But now the rest of the field coming to the final 2 laps or so of this race.
Definitely not the way they wanted that season to end. That was with so little time to go as well. They had just 2.5 minutes left that they had to try to work their way through, and it unfortunately just did not amount to much. But now that battle for second has closed in. Now Marcus Simonson within slipstream distance runs a bit wide. Marco Derrick's slicing and dicing away through the lap traffic, furiously flashing his headlights at VEC Sim Racing's Chris Dubercu, trying to find a way through. He's going to get checked up just a little bit more, though.
TCR lets by one car. TCR lets by a second car. VEC Sim Racing trying to back away from the battle. Hell Racers looking to put on the afterburners. Coming to the estimated white flag this time by as SROC Racing continues to scrap for their last chance for a spot. They're trying to hold on to 11th and door baiting as they head into the start of Sector 2. The Mazda MX-5 able to just get out of the way as the fights start to heat up in the final minute and 35 seconds.
SROC doing everything they can, trying to hold that inside before the track goes to the left-hand side. SROC just holding off Fuck for the minute there, but you know, they were trying to use the traffic to hold that car behind. They were trying to use the corners to hold them behind. And SROC can see that they've got maybe 1.5 laps left to run. That's doing all they can to hold that car behind them for the minute.
Again, that's for 11th position for the TCR class. Drivers are getting the estimated white flag this time. Minute to go on the clock in just a moment. As Kenneth Gobranson has been able to cross the stripe to get the white flag under a minute to go on the season. Rest of the drivers reaching that white flag this time by still far and along with the TCR battle, one of the closest battles on the racetrack. As SROC Racing fighting for 11th position on the racetrack, side by side, the big slip, the big draft, the big send back, the big lockup. We go for the crossover, tried it, and defended hard by Bear to hold on to the position.
Keep an eye out for Paul Van Loon, Full Send Racing. He's just entered the picture. Where did he come from? He's in the midst of this battle as well. Big on the defensive goes Sork Racing Orange, and Falco Autotech Sim Racing way to the outside, trying it, nearly making contact as well.
And there's a little bit of a shove as both drivers extend the racing line just a little bit as they fight continually through this traffic. Mind you, this is getting very crazy amongst these competitors here as they close up to the checker flag. For Kenneth Gobranson and Team Helmy Media in the 61, they will come away with the checker flag lapping the field. A dominating run for Kenneth Gobranson and his crew. They win the season finale for the Club Sport Series for the Sport class by a full lap.
Driving up right behind them, you can see your battle for second just crossed the line. Marco Derrick's managing to hold off the Hell Racers machine, so that will be Marcus Simonson having to settle for third place as well.
They take that checker flag as Hell Racers does come home in third. The last of some of the TCR cars coming across the stripe. Some door banging their way through the straights.
Oh no, he dumped him!
And he did dump him towards the checker flag. What a way to end the race for the 151. Team Hoinchenveld has to get around the car, collects the TCR. Team Hoinchenveld able to dive around the crushing cars. They will still win the TCR class in a crash-filled last lap.
What a last lap. We had a quiet last 30 minutes or so of the race, and then suddenly it goes off. Here's that race up the hill between Full Send and Fuck Auto Tech Sim Racing. You know, Full Send gives a little bump in the corner, and here gives a second, a third, a fourth. It was the third and the fourth that sent that car into the wall. Heavy, heavy contact. If the stewards thought that when the checkered flag flew they could pack up and go home, I'm sorry guys, you're going to be working on some appeals after this race, maybe even into the night, I would think.
That nearly took your class winner, Team Hoinchenveld, off and away about 200 feet or so from the start and finish. The Final Sim Racing team, by the way, had a calmer last lap. They win the club class in what was a dominating combined team effort. They will get to celebrate a crazy final 90 seconds of this race after having a calm period that lasted 3 hours or so of this event. My goodness, here, Nolan.
Well, what a way to end it off. That was the last 2 hours really was really calm. Not a whole lot went on, and all of a sudden it all kicked in a high gear in the final 2 minutes of the race, and especially on that last lap with what we thought was going to be a drag race, and the Full Send Racing, well, I guess you could say living up to the team name, as they it ended in disaster for them. So that is just so much misfortune for them, but holy cow, what a way to end the season.
I don't think that was the finish any of us expected. But in the end, the best of the best teams get to celebrate. The burnout isn't the way you win championships. It's the way you race on the racetrack. And Branson and his organization have the best race possible to end off this campaign. They'll get to celebrate after an exciting one today here on RacespotTV and the iRacing Esports Network to end off the ClubSport Series season. Let's take a look at your unofficial race results. Again, all results are provisional pending race appeals, as well as result and regulation, round checking, and so forth. Team Helly Media came home with the victory by a full lap over Nav Racing and Hell Racers. Those two scrapped to the very end for the first and second and third steps on the podium much of the day today. New Jets Porsche finished in fourth, with Fisher Motorsport doing a driver change in terms of positioning towards the white flag. Bernie was given fifth by DePoy coming to the white flag. SlowRacing.com Esports finished in seventh. Project GT Eins.de finished eighth. Gold Racing Team White in ninth. RevMatch Esports RB Scaleworks finished in 10th. And rounding out the drivers, Gold Racing Team Red, Team Helly Media having a rough day for the 60 car. Mirakai Racing flipped upside down in a DQ for Northside Racing. No one has your results now for the TCRs.
Well, after a very near miss on the last lap, Team Hoinchenveld going to come away with the win with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, your TCR champions, rounded it off in second. CXR Project Black finishes off the podium positions with SimRC ClubSport in fourth. Full Send Racing up in fifth place. German Sim Racing Cyan in sixth. Team Vikings Millionaire in seventh. Racecraft Esports Push in eighth, with VEC Sim Racing in ninth place. Rounding out the top 10 is Real Pixel Motorsport, with Sork Racing in 11th after a huge last lap crash. Full Send Racing, the other Full Send race machine, in 12th. Fak Autotech Sim Racing in 13th. Artifact Racing 14th. Graphite Racing in 15th. Huge Ass Audi in 16th. The Real Pixel Motorsport in 17th. CXR Project Black in 18th. Graphite Racing in 19th. And then for the DNS, it is Element Sim Racing in 20th. Full Send Racing 21st. German Sim Racing Orange in 21st, with VEC Sim Racing rounding out the 23 car field. And David will have the Miatas.
Yep, our most numerous least numerous, but still somewhat exciting class, the club division. Movano Sim Racing Team 298 take the win there, again relatively dominant over the rest of the field, where World of Sim Racing Team work their way to second. Their sister car, the Movano Sim Racing 289, in third place. Huge Ass Mazda in fourth, 6R Project Black, their 299 in fifth place. The relatively Polish-looking Zipki Racing in sixth. Unfortunately, a bit of a retirement there, 48 laps down. Same to be said for Kalioth Racing in 7th and Tri Racing in 8th, 58 laps down.
So an eventful season finale, to say the very least, here at the Autódromo Jose Carlos Pache for this evening. Post-race coverage coming up after these short messages. You're watching iRacing Esports Network and RacespotTV live from the virtual São Paulo, Brazil, here at Interlagos. Welcome back, everyone, to Brazil for more coverage of the ClubSport series for the season finale. And what was it thrower here at Interlagos in 4 hours of racing action? Justin Prince, Nolan Rampo, David Haynes in the broadcast booth, Hugo Louise in the director's seat. After an eventful final few moments of this race, it's time to settle on down and begin post-race coverage and the championship celebrations about to get underway here. First, before we get to interviews, real quickly, David, your quick thoughts on what was some eventful action today.
Yeah, I mean, like I've been saying since day dot here, you know, lots of racing, lots of pit stops, a lot of strategy in this, and it came down to a couple of interesting little finishes there, including that drag race up the hill in TCR that was kind of reminiscent of Lewis Hamilton and Pierre Gasly.
It absolutely was, and in the end here today, it was some dominating performances that came away with the W's today, but some eventful battles to end up holding on to podium spots. Let's talk with first off of the 08 machine. That's NAB Racing. And for Marco Durex today, he had to fight hard to hold off Hell Racers for the second step of the podium today. Marco, first of all, how are you feeling after that long race today? Marco, do you have a copy, sir? I believe we might have a technical issue. We apologize for that on the behalf of NAB Racing. We'll see if we can help rectify the issue for that organization. Oh, now we have him. Pardon me. Sorry there, Marco. We'll let you answer the first question. Pardon me there.
Yeah, I'm thrilled, but my heart is still racing from the last 2 laps. Phew, what a fight.
It looked like an exciting fight for you this race to end things off here. What was going through your head as you were trying to hold off Hell Racers towards the checker flag today?
I didn't think I could do it. He was gaining on me in the last few laps, 5/10 a lap. And I said to my teammate, I'm not gonna be able to keep him behind me, so I guess that's P3 for us. But somehow I managed to stick my nose in front. Don't know how, but I managed to do it.
How would you describe your organization's season? Because you had some good rounds throughout the campaign, this is one of your team's best performances in a 4-hour race all season. How would you describe your campaign?
Unlucky. We had bad luck the first race. We got crashed quite early in the race and had to retire, I believe. I was not part of it. And I think the fourth race we were, in hindsight, disqualified after managing P3 or P4 for administrative reason. Something went wrong with the registering drivers, something like that. So we could have ended a lot higher in the championship than we did, unfortunately.
Now, of course, the summer season is coming up. There is a summer series for the Club Sport Series, powered by DGFX Racing. First of all, will we see NAP racing in the summertime? And if so, what will be your team's approach for the summer?
I'm not sure yet. We haven't discussed it yet. If we are able to run the DGFX, we want to concentrate on the VLN races at least, and the special races, of course. But we haven't decided yet on what we are gonna run as well. So maybe we will, maybe we won't. Not sure yet.
Anyone you want to thank before we let you go?
Yeah, my teammate Frank. He did a great first two stints, which led up to me being able to finish on the podium. So yeah, and the rest of our team, of course.
Congratulations on the good run today. Congratulations on the second place.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks to you and thanks to the organization for a great season. And I hope to see you maybe in the summer and next year.
Marco Dorth coming home with the checker flag today. With second place, I should rather say, today in the sport class. And what was some eventful moments there. Why don't we go on down to the next step towards the celebrations, because it was an eventful checker flag for Sven Glatzel to come away with a class victory today. We'll try and get a few moments, I believe, with him. He's standing by with no one after a crazy run to the checker.
Yes, absolutely. So, Sven Glatzel, you did end up coming away with a pretty decent run for yourself here, but it was a bit of an interesting final few laps, to say the very least, in this one. Well, with everything said and done now as it is, how are you feeling?
Hello. First of all, thanks for having me in your booth. Yes, we are, of course, really pleased with the victory. Some hot last laps. Very surprising that drivers are throwing their race away on the last lap. But we stayed safe and brought it home. We're very pleased with that.
Well, it was a very strong result for you guys here towards the end of the season, because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is going to make about 4 races in a row that you have either won or been runner-up in for that Team Hohenfeld machine. So you guys have been having a very, very strong streak here in this second half of the season. And with the summer season coming up, do you think if you are going to be present for the summer series, are you going to be able to? Do you think you'll be able to put in that kind of performance again there?
Yeah, I guess so, yes. First of all, I want to say great league, great organization, great stewarding. So, great fun racing in that league. And I'm pretty sure we will compete in the following seasons, of course, yeah.
Well, of course, there is the congratulations in order for yet another win in the TCR victory. And, I guess before we then let you depart us today, who gets it done for that number 148 machine?
Sorry, again?
Who gets done for that 148 machine before we let you go here today? Is there any sponsors you'd want to shout out today?
Yeah, of course. Easy to tell. It's Heusingfeld. Thanks for them. They're supporting us great for a long time now. And it's a great partnership, and it will grow. The team is still growing, and we hope we can be part of your league and part of iRacing in the future. And yeah, having more success. By the way, congratulations to, I think, Alpine Star, who won that season, and CXR. They've shown pretty good pace. Maybe not that strong like us, like Michael and me, but I'm pretty sure they will improve as well. And yeah, I'm looking forward for some more close racing.
And thank you for taking the time to join us today, Sven. And congratulations again on getting yet another victory for Team Honchenfeld here in the TCR class for the final season of the season. Ladies and gentlemen, you're a victor for the TCR class for today, Sven Glatzel.
Thank you for having me there. Cheers.
Cheers indeed. That was Nolan Rempo with your class winner today for the TCRs and Team Honchenfeld, Sven Glatzel. Let's go down to the winner today for Movano Sim Racing Team, but the club class today. And Milan Rajokovic is the man who came away with the checker flag in that class. He'll now join us here in the broadcasting booth. He's with David Haynes. David, I believe you're standing by with the winner in the club class today.
Yep, indeed, Milan. Big win for you guys. Big gap out on track, but this car not making the full championship. What brought you back to the last round?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I just joined Movano, so it was my first race for the team. Like, I joined 1 month ago. If I joined in time, I would be competing in every race. But yeah, for the last race, we were just there on track to help our sister car to win the championship if it's possible. But yeah, a lot of issues permitted that, so what happened, I guess.
iRacing dynamic weather in full effect across this 4-hour race. At the start, the track was hotter than Ellen Page. How did you guys deal with that in the setup, with your strategy, with your tyre strategy? 57, 58 degrees at the start and then changing drastically. How'd the car feel?
Yeah, especially in the first, it's like our car was set for like 28, 29, 30 degrees track. We were practicing in that weather and the car was set for that weather. And then at the start, we were like surprised that it's like 57. And the car was sliding, like MX-5 slides a lot on new tire model. And with this temperature, it was sliding so much. But at the end of the race, it was fine. Like the temperature dropped down, so everything was good.
Brings to the end this season, but it will be back. There will be more DGFX, there will be more club sport events. You're looking forward to doing some more with Movano?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to be back for summer season with at least 2 or 3 cars again, because we really enjoy driving this championship. We want to thank organizers for organizing this championship. It's really a lot of fun, and the stewarding is always good. So yeah, we're going to be there again.
Big difference in straight line speed between little Mazda and those Porsche Cup cars. You spending a lot of time looking in your mirrors, or just holding your line and trusting the other class cars to do the right thing?
Well, yeah, I was looking a bit in the mirrors, but the other drivers are doing a great job in lapping us. They have experience, have good behavior on track, and it's a clean league. People are really good, educated about how to lap cars, so not really a big issue, at least not for us.
Well, good job by you guys to get the win in this race here after 4 hours that was kind of bruising up and down the field, quite a few incidents. Anyone you need to thank? Who helps Movano?
Yeah, I would like to thank, firstly, my teammates, like the guys that were driving today, like Brandon, James, Marcelo, also Tommaso and Don for making this happen for Movano, and of course, Trustmaster. That's pretty much it.
Congratulations once again. Thank you for finding the time to come and have a chat with us after the race.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys. See ya.
Justin, a couple more people want to have a chat with us, and we roll on.
Yes, indeed. It's time for your provisional champions to get to celebrate here in the RacespotTV and iRacing Esports Network broadcast booth. For Team Heli Media, it came down to the wire entering today, but they had the fastest car on the racetrack much of the day. Kenneth Gobranson is now standing by in the broadcast booth. Kenneth, do you have a copy, sir? Kenneth Gobranson, do you have a copy?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, hello. How does it feel to have such a dominating performance today in this field?
Yeah, it felt great. We had a good setup, and Emil did an amazing job on the qualifying and the first stint. And then we triple stinted the tires to the end, so we kept it out of trouble, and yeah, smooth sailing.
Indeed, and this was the type of drive you needed today, Kenneth, by the way, for you and your organization, because you came in today trailing 9 points. Right now, provisionally, you're in the best situation to come away with the championship. How does it feel to have such a good performance throughout the season as an organization?
Yeah, it's awesome. The whole team all year, from everyone helping with the driving and the setup, and yeah, it's a real team effort. Yeah, we focused on our race pace, and we knew we had to win the race or at least have a good result, so we just focused on the job and executed the race really good.
Indeed. Is there anyone you want to thank for having what was a dominating performance today, and what was a strong performance for your organization throughout this entire campaign?
Yeah, I think the whole team spirit, and I have to thank Kjetil, our team boss, for making us do the entry with both cars. And yeah, we had a blast and super fun.
Congrats once again on the sport class victory today in a dominating campaign, pulling away from Hell Racers in the final race today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That was Kenneth Gulbranson, his team, coming away with the provisional championship again. Official results are pending via race review after today. But also in that same boat of a provisional title in a 142 Alpine Star Geodesic Racing, standing by with no one is the driver, Raf van der Linden, for that race car.
Yes, indeed. So, with Raf van der Linden now taking the time to join us in the booth. Well, Mr. van der Linden, a very, shall we say, eventful final couple laps of the race, and despite not taking the victory today, you are coming away with a solid championship under your belts, and, well, must feel good, doesn't it?
It feels pretty damn good, but I must say, I feel like I'm having a little bit of a deja vu moment.
Oh, really? Well, elaborate on that for us.
Well, last race, we also finished the championship, but that time we miscalculated our stint times by 52 seconds. So we finished it off this time, hopefully.
Well, here's to hoping. Pending the post-race review, it does look like this time you'll be able to win the championship, and this time you will be able to keep it. And we do have to kind of keep things rolling along. So before we let you go back to celebrate, celebrate for the second time winning the championship today, do you have any final thoughts for us?
Yeah, I just want to congratulate all the championship winners, of course. I want to thank everyone racing here that was considerate enough to not crash into anyone or have any major incidents. I think it went pretty well in terms of incidents, and yeah, I'm just happy we managed to finish it off like this.
Well, that was, of course, Raf van der Linden, your class, your TCR victor in the entire, in the entirety of the season. And also, one more thing before you go, Mr. van der Linden, did you have any sponsors or any other people you wanted to shout out for us today?
Yes, of course, the whole team, and I want to thank our sponsors, Alpine Stars, GoPro, Turn Racing, SimLabs, and A2K PLN.
Your TCR victor for the season, or one of them at least, Raf van der Linden for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing.
And that was a strong performance for that organization this season. It appears Hugh Jazz Mazda and their representative had to step away for the time being, but we do have the organizers for Club Sport Series standing by, Casper DeCourt and Julian Bell. They will now be joining us here in the broadcast booth after what was a successful season, and we'll see what they have to say. Now, thank you very much for joining us here in the broadcast booth, Casper and Julian, after a successful season. First off, I'll ask you, Casper, how did you feel this campaign went with how much exciting moments and big moments we've seen throughout the season? Casper DeCourt, do you have a copy, sir? Okay, let's try this. Julian Bell, do you have a copy, sir?
I do, yeah, hi.
Hello. Now I'll ask you the same question, just try to ask to Casper. In your opinion, how did this season go as an organization this season?
I thought it was great. I think, we made some small changes from the previous season. We changed the qualifying format a little bit, and I like how that shook out. It made things a little more exciting, that's for sure. And yeah, I think the driving from everybody was great. A lot of respect shown between the classes and within the classes themselves. And really looking forward to the changes we have coming for next season as well. I think that's just going to add another element to all of that.
Now, speaking of the changes, can you elaborate on some of those changes coming up this season for what fans and drivers should expect?
Sure. So we'll be introducing the Porsche 718 GT4, which I think everybody is really looking forward to. I think that added dynamic to challenge the TCR class and kind of be battling with them is going to be great. And if iRacing introduces the BMW N4 in time, it's likely that we would include that as well. And we'll have a chance to kind of trial that in the summer series that we're running for June, July, and August. Be able to see how the classes are going to interact. Run full course safety procedures like we do with our partnered series, the DGFX Endurance Series, which I think is going to be great as well. And other little things that might be coming up as well. So I think really it's going to be another great season coming up, especially from what we've seen with this season.
I think so as well, but one last question. Anyone you want to give a shout out to as an organizer for all the hard work your series did this season?
I think importantly it's the guys on our admin side of things. So Casper and myself and Tom and Frank helping out. We've had a couple other guys that have jumped in periodically throughout this season to help with race control, which is always appreciated. Richard today and Marius in the past. There may be others I'm forgetting. Certainly Kyle Burney, who manages the DGFX series, who has helped in certain ways with our back end here and helping that stuff to function. And of course, all the drivers and the broadcasters. I think you guys have done a fantastic job all season. It's been super fun for us in race control to watch it back, because especially today, I don't think, maybe the last 30 minutes we were able to see some of the race, but other than that, we really have no idea what's going on in the race. We just kind of check as we go. So kudos to you guys for that. And of course, all the drivers and the teams, they keep it civil. They jest with each other in our Discord, and other stuff like that. And emotions run high sometimes, but for the most part, everybody keeps an even keel. And we see that on track with the type of battles that we see, which is great.
Great, strong words, Julian. Thank you very much for the time. Congratulations on a successful season as an organization. Once again, thank you for the time.
Thank you guys too. We'll see you next year. Or in the summer, I should say.
Yes, indeed. Julian Bell joins us in the broadcast booth along with Casper DeCourt, the organizers, a part of race control in this whole entire series, the Club Sport series, powered by DGFX. Now it's time for final thoughts. David, we'll start with you. David, your final thoughts on a successful season.
I think I kind of gave all the final thoughts I had before we went to the interviews. I mean, exciting season, exciting final lap of what ought to have been an endurance championship, but still, we had drama on the final lap of the final race.
Nolan, your counter?
Well, it's honestly almost saddening because, again, we're at the same situation like we had last year. I have to wait for the next season to come around before I can do one of these races again. So it's one of those things where I really can't wait to get going again, because it's just such a fun series to cover. I can't wait for the summer season.
And we can't wait either here at RacespotTV and the iRacing Esports Network. But it's time to say goodbye until we meet again. Thank you very much once again for tuning in for today's coverage here on RacespotTV, the iRacing Esports Network, for the season finale for the Club Sport Series here at the Autódromo Jose Carlos Pache, and what was some exciting action. Congratulations once again to your series champions, whether it's in the overall or the AM champions. Once again, thank you very much for tuning in. For Hugo Weiss, for David Haynes, for Nolan Rempel, I'm Justin Prince saying so long, enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you in the summer.